You're watching TBPN. Today is Friday, May 23rd, 2025. We are live from the Temple of Technology, the Fortress of Finance, the capital of capital.
And John,
yes,
this is our last show in this studio.
It is. But the Fortress of Finance lives on. The capital of capital lives on.
It's a state of mind.
It's a state of mind. It's a place on the internet that we bring. We create the Fortress of Finance, the Temple of Technology, wherever we are. And soon it will be in Hollywood, California, the future home of media and entertainment. Once we're done with it, baby. We're bringing media to Hollywood. We got a great show for you today, folks. We got a banger lineup of guests and topics. Wow, we really filled it out. I thought we had 4 people booked. Turns out we have 7 now. It's great.
I don't know how that happened, John.
We're talking about the information. They profiled us. Abe came down, hung out with us for a full day, wrote
and the
a very
allegations
nice piece.
are extreme.
Yeah, the allegations of bro culture over here are extreme. We'll talk about Apple's AI struggles, Sam Altman's $1 trillion AI device. There's a banger quote in the Wall Street Journal from Berber Gin. And then we got a whole bunch of guests, Jori from Linear, Zach from Curie, Leigh Marie Braswell, former colleague of mine over at Founders Fund. Now she's at Kleiner Perkins, coming on to talk about artificial intelligence, some of the seed investing she's been doing. Remember, she was like a seed investor in Windsurf, I believe. Absolute banger.
Absolute
lineup.
dog.
And we got Sam Lessin coming on. We got the founder of Lambda.
And the great thing, so Sam Lessin,
yeah,
many people call him Jessica Lessin's husband.
Yes.
He usually goes by that.
Yeah.
In most tech circles.
Yep.
So Jessica Lessin's husband is coming on, and this was booked before we knew if the information was going to be a hit piece or a puff piece.
Yeah,
and so it could have been, we don't, still unclear exactly where it landed, but it could have been a very,
it
heated.
Could have been extremely confrontational.
And it still could get heated.
And I think the first or second time he came on, Jessica Lessin was in the background and kind of stopped by and said, "Hey,"
she said hi.
Hi. And so, if this piece hadn't gone down the way it did, we could have been screaming on the call, and she would have overheard us berating her husband about what happened. But fortunately, the piece turned out
I think it'll
pretty
be pretty
good.
PC later,
Yeah, it was
and I'm
fun.
excited to talk to Sam.
And then
one of the greatest yappers of all time.
Bobby and Auren also calling in at 2 and 2:15. And so we're going to be going late. It's a 3.5 hour show. Let's do it.
They said, hey, it's Friday. Are you going to take your foot off the gas?
Absolutely,
absolutely not.
Absolutely
not.
Anyway, let's read through how the technology brothers seized Silicon Valley. The big read in the weekend section of.
And I thought this image, by the way, if we can pull it up, I thought it was my immediate thought was AI, and you think it's handcrafted. You think they went.
I think there are
the
pieces of AI in here, but then there are also things in here that are collage. There's a lot of Photoshop.
Kind of like
the
TBPN.
Suits might be AI, but the faces are just photos that have just been tuned up. And then
I like how they made
the number overlay. That is not AI.
They made me quite a bit wider than you even.
Extremely wide,
which is not my exact build.
Well,
but I'll take it.
So the screenshot that's up on the stream is the real one. But for some reason, if you on the information, there's like an HTML bug, and so if you shrink down the website, I don't know if we can pull up the one from the PDF, but it makes us look even wider. And so.
How do you have a PDF, John? Why do you have a PDF?
I always make a PDF of everything, of every article, so that we can read through it here on the show.
Paid subs.
Yes, I am a paid subscriber of the information. But the PDF allegations are flying around today. Anytime
the black market is
anytime
hot
that there's
right
an
now.
article that people want to read, it shares around. But yeah, he says, at a time when tech has been at loggerheads with the traditional media, the industry elite have gladly accepted a warm embrace from a pair of insidery talk show hosts, John Coogan and Jori Hayes.
A warm embrace.
Yeah. That's what we're all about.
Part of it is that we typically don't want to have someone on the show unless if we saw them, we'd give them a warm embrace.
Yes.
So I think that's generally accurate. Right. We try to sort out and not have people on that we want to, get into conflicts with. At some points, we'll have people on the show that we disagree with, but
in general, we're
trying to have people on that we generally admire,
people
and respect,
on just to fight and argue. We want to just hang out with our friends.
Yeah, if we get to the point where we're getting ultra contentious, we'll probably move to like a pay-per-view model for that.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to see Keith Raboy fight with a journalist, we'll potentially physically, not just on the timeline. Yeah. We could set that up. And
I'd love to.
But anyway, so in recent months, John Coogan and Jori Hayes, co-hosts of TBPN, a daily tech news show that has captured the attention of Silicon Valley's investors and founders, have followed the same morning routine. The two men meet in downtown Los Angeles at a members-only Jonathan Club to work out, then sauna together while reading print copies of the Wall Street Journal.
Fact check true.
You have your sweaty copy on the table today. Yeah. It's real. The image of Coogan, 36, and Hayes, 29, schwitzing away in such a manner is, well, a little ridiculous in this day and age. And I posted that God forbid men have hobbies. There's nothing ridiculous about two guys meeting up at a members club and having a sauna and reading the journal.
And he thought I was joking with him, but I was dead serious that we had actually been in the sauna just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you quote in the article, this was in the sauna, pointing to a bedraggled A section of the journal besides him on the club's dining room table. It has sweat all over it.
Yeah, there's the wide version of us because it's been stretched.
The extra
so you look
wide.
Even wider. It's great. So I had to prove to him. I actually did invite him to the morning workout. I said, meet up with us at 6:30. It's chest day. We'll hit some PRs on the bench, and then we'll go in the sauna. We'll talk. We'll get breakfast. He was traveling around, couldn't make it, so he just came to breakfast. So I had to prove to him by showing him the sweat on my
Not the first time we've invited somebody to a workout, though.
It's the best.
And then had them come up with some range of excuses. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get there at 6.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It is a high bar, but we don't do coffee meetings. Naval says, set your opportunity cost extremely high.
He said, meet like a lion.
Meet like a lion.
It means be hitting bench when you're meeting with
Naval
somebody.
is the original, the lion does not concern himself meme. Like that's where that came from, basically. Work like a lion.
He doesn't concern himself with much.
He doesn't concern himself with email.
Yeah.
Doesn't concern himself with coffee meetings. But the gym meeting, it's highly efficient. Actually, I mean, I Strauss Zelnick, the CEO of Take-Two, owns GTA, putting out GTA 6 soon. He is famous for doing workouts and doing workout meetings. And so I read that book and I kind of adopted that and started doing workouts with Ben and talking to him about the business while we're working out. And it's just a fantastic flow.
It's the best way to hang.
So they go on. Abe goes on to write. Coogan and Hayes live stream TBPN, which they originally christened the Technology Brothers, as a knowing nod to the concept of a tech bro on X and YouTube from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, and published the recording on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. When I found them sitting down to breakfast at the Jonathan Club, they had mostly prepped their opening commentary on the news: Airbnb's revamp, the Trump administration's proposed changes to AI chip exports, and they had a number of guests booked, such as Founders Fund, Delian Asparuhov, Lux Capital's Josh Wolf, and Eugenia Kudya, whose startup Replica AI hopes to develop chatbots that can serve as human companions.
So here's where it gets interesting, John.
Yes.
He says, like the show's audience, the guests are attracted to quote unquote TBPN.
Yeah, like it's not a real thing.
Like it's not a real thing,
Yeah.
as a safe refuge from the mainstream media.
Yeah.
One that projects an unabashed, unapologetic enthusiasm for tech. I think this was my best line in here. I'm glad Abe included it. We genuinely love the private markets, the venture capital industry, the startup industrial complex, and I do.
So there's something interesting here. TBPN is in quotes, but I'm on a different article from The Information, and it reads: Jim Cramer, CNBC's Mad Money host, took a swipe at our report today, and CNBC isn't in quotes.
Why is that?
That's so interesting. I
Maybe
wonder,
they
was
see it
just
as
a
more
bug
legitimate. It could be a bug.
In the CMS, in the content management system. Maybe they should switch content management systems. If bugs like that are sneaking it into articles.
Abe's our boy.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna assume that it was just an accident.
Probably
it was
just a mistake.
Type of bug.
Yeah.
So.
Probably just a mistake.
Anyway, since TBPN debuted last October, Hayes and Coogan have warmly welcomed investors from pretty much every major venture firm in existence.
Let's go.
We're Switzerland over here. A marker of the podcast widening appeal. Sequoia, Khosla, Lightspeed. I could go on. A week or so ago, they dispatched one of their 4 producers to Las Vegas to set up a mini studio at Andreessen Horowitz's annual Investor Day Summit, where the firm's executives could chat about tech, the news, and what they were presenting to their investors, a level of access no one in regular media would ever get. Thank you to Eric and the whole team at Andreessen for making that happen.
And I want to do more of those. I'm talking to Khosla about that. I think that's like an interesting thing. The sit down with like the full partnership to get the full scope of like how everything fits together, because most founders, even in my career, I've interacted with like every fund, but usually just a single partner. And so you usually have this very like point, like maybe you've listened to Mark, and then you've interacted with David George on a deal, or David Haber on a deal, or something like that. It's rare to be able to see like all in one, and I like the way that came together. So I'm hoping to do more of those.
It goes on. He includes TBPN in quotes again, which is
TBPN is in quotes every single time it's listed, and
the information includes TBPN in quotes. Anyways, it goes on, talks about some of the guests that we've had. I thought this was funny. Augustus Dorico, whose startup Rainmaker Technology has come on the show, has a sky-high dream of commercializing cloud seeding, process of adding chemicals to the atmosphere to increase precipitation.
He's a good writer. Sky-high dream. It's a good line. As Hayes and Coogan have won attention from a swath of the technorati and have achieved a constant social media virality, their audience has remained incredibly niche. While they see X as their main platform, they have just about 130,000 followers on their accounts, and the one belonging to the show on YouTube, TBPN, has only around 7,000 subscribers. It's weird to be like incredibly niche, 130,000 followers. Like, how many you got, Abe? How many?
Hey, let's pull up.
Let's
go analytics for analytics. No, let's go analytics for analytics.
When was the last time you dropped a 20K banger on the timeline? Let's check it out. Let's see how wide. Jordy has 100,000 likes on a post. 150K likes. Is that niche?
Is that niche?
Oh, you know that my Xi Jinping video on YouTube has 3 million views? You know that my analysis of Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse attempts has 8 million views? How niche is that?
No, we're niche. We're proud. We're proudly niche.
Proudly niche. Yeah, I mean, this is actually something we think about. Is like, It's like there are obvious TAM expanders. Politics is the obvious one, and we've deliberately said we're not going to try and TAM expand. Is Abe watching?
Abe's watching. He says, "I demand a rebuttal."
Should we let him call in right now?
Yeah, let's have him call in.
Okay, send him the link.
Send him the link. Abe, come on in. Come on in. Anyways, they have no investors and profess to have zero intentions of raising capital, lest those investors
He
disrupt
didn't mention
their
our
plans.
incredibly complex corporate structure, because we do have a nonprofit that
I don't know
feeds
why I
into an
didn't.
LLC that feeds into a C Corp.
That feeds into the labs,
Which is of course owned by Will Mandis.
Will Mandis.
Will Mandis.
This was a fun quote, which I stand by. We could go out and within an hour, I guarantee you, we could raise probably like 15 million, and I believe that would destroy us.
I think that's true.
So we very intentionally not raised.
It would be your final party round.
The final party round. If
the
you
final
could pull
party
in.
round. Because I mean, realistically, we could get everyone, but it would very much change. It would very much change the dynamic of the show.
Yeah.
It would be less fun. I asked Ramp CEO Eric Gleiman what he found so appealing about the show, and he likened their approach to how ESPN chronicles sports, where SportsCenter has players, coaches, and games to celebrate and explain. TBPN has founders, investors, and developer conferences. They're able to bring to life the personalities, the play-by-play, and capture the zeitgeist. Thank you, Eric. That's a great quote. That's exactly what we're going for. Coogan and Hayes often hear themselves compared to ESPN commentators, but the analogy is sort of lost on them because putting a major dent in their bro credentials, neither watches much sports content. To Hayes, the natural comparison is to Clubhouse, an audio social media app that was popular for a moment during the pandemic. We've taken what the magic of early Clubhouse was, where you could hear an interesting investor or founder talking in real time about what was happening that day, what's in the news, and turn that into a show. Ultimately, TBPN, allegedly, if it exists at all, if it's a real thing, hopes to better capitalize on the same broad truth about tech's relationship with old school media that underpinned Clubhouse. More and more, Silicon Valley has come to distrust traditional journalists, perceiving them as holding an unshakable bias against the industry, part of an undeniable broader shift in American culture against the established media. Many within tech have tried to build their own in-house media operations or have rapaciously thrown millions of dollars at would-be disruptors like Clubhouse. Most such efforts have flopped, amounting to little more than lame public relations. Coogan and Hayes seem to have found their sweet spot. They maintain just enough independence from their subjects, but feel none of the pressure for critical coverage most journalists in their position would. They also get far on their twin blessings of easy charm and boyish good looks. And now this is interesting because charm's it's a little bit of a charged word in my culture.
Totally. Irish culture.
Yeah, I'm Irish, obviously.
For those that don't know, Hayes and Coogan.
We're both Irish.
Scott's Irish.
And so, St. Patrick is obviously a famous snake charmer and charmed all the snakes out of Ireland. And so it's kind of like racial humor. Is it
racial?
I don't want to go racist, but it's racial. It's definitely racial. And so it's a little bit edgy, but I mean, I appreciate it. It's fun. We're in the post-woke era. We're in the anti-woke era.
Totally.
And so
if Abe wants to go there, Abe can go there.
He can go there. He can go
We can go charm for charm with anyone.
We can go charm for charm with the best of them. It's just a little crazy because I haven't been called a snake charmer.
You don't normally think
potato
you don't
eater.
think of information
drunk
weekend
Mick
editor as an edgelord.
Yeah, no, you don't. But he snuck it in. Yeah, it's good.
It's a little.
It's a little dig. Oh yeah, I saw him chugging Guinness, passed out like a drunk Irishman. He didn't go that far.
He didn't go that far.
He stepped it back.
Yeah,
but he still threw in a little bit of the Irish, a little dig at the Irishness.
Yeah,
it makes sense. They have an interesting voice that I don't think many people could pull off, said Ashley Vance, the Elon Musk biographer and former New York Times and Bloomberg journo. Journo? They use journo? I thought that was our word for them.
And Bloomberg
He's taking
journo?
it back. Abe's taking back journo.
Wait, that's actually interesting.
That's crazy.
He highlights earlier. No, he highlights earlier in the article that we took back Tech Bro.
They're taking back journo.
But Tech Bro was a slur. We took it back as Technology Brothers, but he's taking back journo. Yeah. He's kind of inverting it. He's saying, I'm not a journalist, I'm a journo.
I'm a journo. It's kind of cool. I like it.
Cool.
I'm into this.
It's kind of cool. Journoism is back.
Yeah. What is it kibitz? Do you know what that is?
Kibitz.
Because it said Ashley came on for a kibitz. look on and offer unwelcome advice, especially at a
chat.
card. A chat.
It's a chat.
Okay, so he came on for a chat. Yeah, and he's coming on. He's coming back next week. He's been traveling, shooting a movie. Very cool stuff. I don't know if you saw his cinema rig, but he's got like 25 different cinema cameras. It's amazing. I'm very, very excited to see what he's doing.
Same.
I don't want to leak too much of the project.
Abe
really
is in the temple.
He is? Okay, let's bring him in.
in.
Abe, we got to get to the bottom of this.
Abe?
Okay, we're pulling him in. Wow, Abe on TBPN for the first time ever.
Abe
I could go into exactly why, CNBC doesn't get quotes and you guys do, but that seems boring. Let's talk about something more fun.
Wait, hold on, editors. The Chiron's way wrong. Can we put the information in quotes? Can we put the information in quotes? We have to add quotes.
Abe, it's fantastic to have you on. We talked about this earlier. We knew. Jessica Lessin's husband was going to come on later today, and it would have been a funny kind of dynamic if this had been a hit piece, which we obviously didn't know until around 9 a.m. when you hit publish. So this will be a fun show end to end.
Yeah. It was great. I don't know. Is there anything else that, you've been listening to our analysis. Anything else you need to get off your chest?
No, I think the story, is a piece of fair and accurate journalism. And, you guys are doing what you do best, which is, commentating on the news, on the breaking news about the Scalable brothers.
Wait, I have to ask, did you intentionally use the word journo instead of journalist when talking about Ashley Vance?
Yeah, because we think of journo as like a tech bro style, like light
word.
dig, like it's almost a slur for journalist. It's kind of like a shorthand.
Guys, in the way that you're funny on camera, I also try to be funny in the way I write.
There we go.
Just to make the jokes go around.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. I mean, it got us. We were cracking up.
It's great.
It's really good.
I'll be back in LA soon, and I'll take you up on the sauna.
Let's do it.
Fantastic. We can't wait.
Let's do it. Yeah, we got to get a big one in the new studio. Yeah. Like, we got to basically dedicate 2,000 square feet to just a single sauna.
For sure.
Abe, thank you for the fun and fair coverage of what we're doing.
It's fantastic.
And likewise, you guys are a good hang. Don't be too nice to Sam.
Okay, we won't.
Yeah,
we'll be rough on him.
We'll put him in the street zone.
Bye.
Awesome. Thanks for jumping on. See ya. Look at that. Media,
crossover.
technology.
Yeah. All together.
Just broing down.
It's great.
Love to see it.
They give a little bit of our background, but then go on to talk about how we met, mutual friend. Did they actually not? They didn't
name Will Mandis.
He didn't name it Will Manitis. So an opportunity for a tech-focused podcast that could analyze industry news with a light irreverence and wasn't tied to a single company or venture firm. Last fall, they had enough free time on their hands to record a couple test episodes. When they attended Peter Thiel's Hereticon at the Fiena Hotel in
they
Miami.
put founders in quotes.
Oh, no. No. They sought out feedback from David Senra, host of the popular Founders podcast, if you can call it that. Wait, did Abe actually tell us why he puts it in quotes? I don't think.
He said it wouldn't be fun. He said it wouldn't be fun, which is which is fair.
No, I mean, it makes sense. You're introducing this to the first time to your audience. Like, we're giving a hard time, but obviously
it's called TBPN.
Yeah. It's like if TBPN becomes like driving news and the information months from now has written about comments that were said on TBPN and they're citing us, I imagine that we will become unquoted. We will earn the removal of our quotes.
Earn your stripes.
Throwing off the shackles of the quotes. I'm excited. That's definitely on the vision board, right next to TBPN Erewhon Smoothie. You heard it here first. We're working on it. He said,
goal.
David Senra previously advised Coogan on his YouTube channel. This is funny because it was very, very informal, but I did learn a ton from David. I remember the very first time I talked to him, I was doing my YouTube channel very much part-time on just one day a week on the weekend. When I was bored, I'd just put up a video and I did one a week. And it was growing and it was doing well. And I was just wait, you have this podcast that's this was pre deal. This is pre Invest Like the Best partnership and pre meeting Patrick and stuff. So the show was pretty small at that time. And I was like, wait, you do this full time? And he was like, yeah. And he swore
you know
a
this
bunch.
too. I was
like,
one of the first advertisers on Founders Podcast.
I had no idea.
For Capital.
No way.
Yeah. I was like one of the first one or two. And I certainly won't mention it here, but and the funny thing is I had actually reached out to David, and I really didn't. I listened to the first episode, and I reached out to him, and I was like, would you, this was at a time that was like every tech company should be a media company, which I don't agree with anymore. But I was like, would you consider like joining? Like he told me his ad rates, and I was like, well, what if we just like acquired Founders? And in hindsight, that was like such a ridiculous thing to ask, because David never, under any circumstances, would have done that or anything like it. Nor would it have been good for the show. But yeah, at that time, it was like very, very, you know.
Yeah, no, I remember getting on the phone with him, and he was telling me, like, I was like, do you do this like full time? Like, how do you even make that work? He was like, and he swore a bunch. He was like, absolutely. Like, I don't do anything else. This is all I do. And I was just like super impressed that he'd been able to make this work. And it is like a niche show. It certainly was at the time, but he obviously found a really high value audience and was already monetizing very well. At that point, he had like a paywall for some of the episodes. He was starting to do some advertising. He's evolved the business model a ton and probably
but it was very humble.
100x. But
the product quality was incredible.
Yep.
But he was like, it was just
still. It was just him, no employees, nothing, like just like building. So it was very, very cool. And so, yeah, I mean, I learned a lot from him and kind of kept growing the channel, and then eventually evolved into this. He thought that the two shared natural chemistry and encouraged them to go all in on the concept, which we've talked about before. For a model, he suggested they look at sports commentator Pat McAfee. Senra admires McAfee's always on persona. What is Pat doing right now? I bet he's live streaming, he said. And I wasn't exactly sure, because we've looked to Pat for as like a role model in many ways. But I wasn't exactly sure where that came from. But I thought the most interesting lesson that I learned from David was that he actually did not tell us, you guys should live stream. He told us, you should take this
go harder,
100x more seriously. You should go harder. You should go full time on this. And what was interesting is that we were doing a weekly podcast with no guests. And once we started taking it way, way more seriously and working on it constantly, then switching it into a daily show, switching it into a live show, switching it into a guest-led show. All of that just happened very naturally. He didn't tell us tactics. He just told us exactly what he says on every episode.
Even we left Miami and we decided to go to 2 or 3 days a week.
I think we did 3 days a week.
Yeah, maybe it was 3 days a week. But then I remember the realization that we would stop recording and we would be on X like an hour later.
Yep.
And I'd just be like, I wish we were doing the show tomorrow.
Yeah,
and then we just eventually decided to go to 5 days. Then we decided to go live. Then we decided to add guests.
I even remember talking to you about like, maybe we should do like 1 day a week, 5 hours, and then slice it up so we're releasing 1 hour per day.
Never podcast weekly, John.
And it was a terrible idea. I'm so glad we didn't do it. It's a way better format. And so Abe goes on to write, soon Coogan and Hayes landed on an early gag that helped them gain attention, print out posts from X from founders and investors, then dress up in suits and film themselves with top-end 4K cameras discussing the posts, a very high-touch approach to assembling retweets. Later, they started to share the clips and tag the post's authors on X, and the authors would frequently pass on the clips themselves, giving Coogan and Hayes some of their first virality. The pair set themselves up on the 10th floor office that Coogan rented in the Jonathan Club, hired a small video production crew.
Who they sometimes refer to as just
the guys. well, they're all young men. And over the course of the next several months, the TBPN hosts and the guys have adopted a steady rhythm. When Coogan and Hayes go live, 2 of the guys control what appears on the stream, including the chirons, the bit of text below the guest.
It's funny, we didn't even know the term chiron for like, we had been doing a chiron for quite a while. And then
I had to explain it to basically everyone on the team, we all learned. But I had, in fact, heard the term before. But yeah.
You have a background in big television, John, that you don't know about?
No, I've been to NAB. I've been a nerd for like production for like several years.
Yeah.
And so I've been like loosely familiar with all this stuff. I watched a lot of YouTube videos explaining how churches do live streams.
Oh, yeah.
Because mega churches are
elite,
delivering at a level that is equivalent to Fox News on 1/100th of the budget. And so you can just go on YouTube and search church live streaming setup, and they will have tested everything, and they share all the information. It's a bevy of resources. It's fantastic. And some of them do like virtual productions. It gets crazy. Anyway, they try to make these funny. One example, venture capitalist yaps about venture capital. I'm excited to share a screenshot of Abe Brown, writer at The Information. Did you see the final Chiron? So good.
So good.
Steady crawl of the show. Sponsors appear next to the Chirons, along with a ticker available polymarket bets, with Coogan and Hayes see as telling indicators of market sentiment and their audience's interests. That's true. Another of the guys spends the entirety of the show, cutting up clips to publish across social media as quickly as possible. Fourth, Ben Kohler. Let's hear it for Vice President Ben, who worked with Coogan on his YouTube videos, serves as head producer. On a traditional TV show, a producer would normally pre-interview a guest. Sounds really boring. to help both the guest and the host. But Coogan and Hayes prefer to wing it. And since they're never brandishing any sort of gotcha question, we'll hit you with some gotchas. We're just going to do nerdy gotchas about scaling laws and build out timelines and end-to-end algorithms. We're not going to ask about your personal life or your politics.
We do not discuss politics.
The informality doesn't discomfort the guests. There's no prep. They just sent me a Zoom link and I joined, said Shyam Sankar, Palantir's chief technology officer and a veteran of many CNBC hits. To fill the guest spots, Coogan and Hayes tap their Rolodexes and industry connections. Unsurprisingly, they've started to get inbound requests. We're at the point where we're getting 20 pitches a day from PR firms, Coogan said. We turned down 95%. His rejection method is simple. He goes to X and checks whether they've shared what they've shared recently, their number of followers, and whether they follow the same people. Yeah, I'm generally looking for like, are they tapped into the news? Are they following technology stories? Are they
I wouldn't say this is one part of the process, but certainly we've had people on that don't have a presence on X, and we actually want to do a lot more of that.
Yeah, totally.
But
if you're just getting a pitch instead of a warm introduction, it's very hard to get a pitch from someone that's very dry. And then, because every once in a while there's someone who is interesting that just happens to have a stale PR team that's kind of pitching broadly, and that you got to kind of just deal with that. But most of the time, if there's just some stock, like you get these big emails with all these bullet points of everything the person's accomplished, and then they link you to their LinkedIn account and you search them on X, and like they're not really in the conversation. And if they're not in the conversation, it's going to be hard for them to join and have a conversation, because that's
actually
not
bring something really.
They're just going to come on with talking points, and so it's pointless.
Or if they come on with LinkedIn takes from
it's not good
2 months ago,
not good,
going to be rough.
Work. Hayes and Coogan delight in their shtick for the show, which includes opening bottles of Dom Perignon to market's growth, a constant tongue-in-cheek shilling of ramp, which makes expense account software that would exasperate many madmen, but not us. Not us. Switch your business to ramp.com. Save time and money.
Just do it.
We had a whole running gag with Abe the entire time. We probably pitched him Ramp 7 different times.
At least.
At one point, I introduced him to Eric over at Ramp, and then I immediately followed up, acted like I took him off the email thread, and told Eric, here are the talking points we're sticking to.
You got to post that.
I got to post that. and it was just a whole bunch of details about Ramp and how...
Abe at one point said, guys, I don't care about expense management software. Please stop pitching me. Something to that effect. And we said, well, a lot of Ramp customers felt the same way at some point. But once they understood just how much time and money they could sit...
We had so much fun with it. It was great.
So much fun. Thanks for being a good sport.
Yeah, he was a good sport about it.
And a preference to always appear in suits, their visual trademark. Coogan gets his suits from a tailor whose identity he wouldn't reveal. Hayes likes Jay Muser, a New York-based, I guess they're a brand now, but they are primarily a tailor. It's Laura Piana Fabric. So
you assured me.
I guess me and Jamaat have that in common.
Watch peeking out from
beneath the sleeve.
Doxed. They doxed your watch.
They doxed my watch.
They doxed your watch. The suits are a little dig at Silicon Valley's preference for the informality of cotopaxi, which is that how you pronounce that? I've never heard that before.
Never worn it.
Coogan hopes they serve another purpose too. It's going to make it easier to appeal to a public company CEO who's running TBPN. Oh, we got single quotes now. We're upgrading. Oh, because it's inside double quotes. He still hit the quotes.
Got us.
He got us. I was so excited that we were halfway to no quotes.
Yeah.
We were getting double quotes. Now we're getting single quotes. The next thing's no quotes. By his PR team that's maybe more conservative and more risk averse, he said. So when they pull up an example, they see a very clean package and everyone's in suits. And that's true. I want to be a place where big public company CEOs can come on and it doesn't feel like we're disheveled, not taking this seriously. It needs to be brand safe, even for big tech companies that want to, uphold a very serious brand standard that they would feel comfortable on Bloomberg or CNBC. They should feel comfortable here as well. The external appearance.
That's the external appearance, at least. This is when he's putting us in the truth zone. Putting us in the truth zone, Abe. Internally, the atmosphere is decidedly informal. When the show wrapped on the day I was at the Jonathan Club, Coogan and Hayes casually stripped down to their boxers in front of me and the crew, changing into t-shirts, shorts, pants, and sneakers, and then issued a few instructions on finishing the day's production and preparing for the next day's show. Well, he got us, John.
We're schwitzing.
We do at times wear normal clothing.
We do. Waving goodbye to the guys, we loaded into Hayes' Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. Wow, he didn't even say the most important part.
It's an AMG.
It's an AMG. It's a G63. Yeah, it's a really important detail. Leaving that out, that feels intentional. Trying to take you down a peg. Could be a G550.
Totally. Yeah. I like it though. It's more subtle.
Good. Yeah. It's subdued. He's just leaving it open. Could be any type of G-Wagon.
Yep. And we drove Abe over to Hollywood to see our new 4,000 square foot studio that we just signed a lease on. Abe says it dwarfs the size of the current set they have in the Jonathan Club. We are in a very small space on this set, and they're looking forward to the increased flexibility it can give them, including the ability to get up and walk around while streaming and basically screaming too.
Yep.
Right now, we basically sit down for 3
3.5
hours.
hours. We get up for like a minute in between, but the energy I think will be so much better when we can stand. It's going to be great.
It's going to be great.
They'll also have the opportunity to host in-person guests, something we're very excited about. We have a bunch of people lined up, and we should be able to make those in-person sessions really special. And I asked them about the dream bookings. Of course, we've talked about this before. Our dream bookings are the Magnificent Seven, like all of them. We want the CEOs of Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, NVIDIA, and Meta Platforms, and Tesla. We want them all. The Thanos glove of technology leaders. We want them all on the show. So if you know someone who can give us an introduction, please make it happen
for all of them.
But we still have a lot to do on the production side. We want to be a fantastic show. We want their first appearance on TBPN to be memorable and
cinematic
and enjoyable. And I think and most importantly, I think it's less about like asking like the hard hitting questions. It's more like, what are the questions that the investing community actually wants to hear? How can we dig through those and drive those questions that move markets? That's what's most important.
Yep.
And so the questions are less gotchas about random things that don't really matter to earnings, which is what a lot of the news has become in tech and business, because the audience are not investors. We want to focus on the questions that investors actually care about, which is more often, how's CapEx looking? Which is like, is that a gotcha? Well, for some companies it might be. If their CapEx is looking rough, it might be.
Satya says we're happy to be leasers.
Is hitting him with a question about his pivot away from data center build outs a gotcha? Certainly not to a normal person who doesn't invest in the stock, right? But to someone who really cares and owns a lot of Microsoft stock, it's probably pretty important. Anyway, it might be easy to design a show that would appeal to one or two of them, but it would be difficult to do one that could attract the entire set. They've all done podcasts, but there's no podcast that has done all 7. And says Coogan. That's me. On the drive over, Hayes mentioned a dream prop for their Hollywood set. He and Coogan have already have a small gong in their Jonathan Club that they ring on the show when talking about a company's notable achievement, but he would like to buy an even bigger gong. Looking around at the Hollywood studio, he could see how nice an extra large version might look. Yeah, we finally have the space for it, he said. Oh, what a fun piece.
Oh, I can't wait. We need a 50-foot by 50-foot gong that requires a group of people to stop it from ringing when you drive a car into the gong.
We do.
We're working on it.
What should we move on to?
The main thing we have to cover. So yesterday, X was a nightmare.
Yep.
DMs weren't working for a lot of the day, which was rough for us on the show.
Apparently, there was literally a fire in the data center.
So a fire broke out Thursday morning at a data center in Hillsboro, Oregon, leased by Elon Musk's X, forcing an extended response from emergency crews, according to multiple sources who spoke to Wired. The sources required anonymity as they weren't authorized to speak publicly about the company. Firefighters arrived at Hillsboro Technology Park in a suburb west of Portland at 10:21 a.m. Man, John, Portland, Oregon, vandalism. You think this is, you call an arson?
I have no idea. I don't even know how you vandalize or commit arson in a data center. They seem pretty locked down.
Every time I see Portland in a headline in tech, it's some type of...
This is pretty advanced stuff to figure out where the data centers are.
Okay, I'm sorry. If you're extremist and you want to bring a bunch of gasoline into a
Will
data
Manitis posted that whole thread about shooting the transformer and taking down all the electrical infrastructure, and how you can basically take out the energy infrastructure with just small arms. So like an AR-15 shot at a transformer can take off a whole piece of the grid. And so you would think that they'd go after that. I don't know. It's very, very, very odd. Hopefully they sort it out quickly.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So before...
Teslas have been setting on fire, so maybe X data center is
So this is interesting. So before Elon bought Twitter, the company had 3 data centers in Sacramento, Portland, and Atlanta. This ensured that if one data center went down, traffic could be shifted to the other 2 and split, so no single data center was overwhelmed. Around Christmas Eve 2022, Musk shut down X's data center in Sacramento in an effort to cut costs. The company experienced a major outage in the wake of the shutdown. Over the next 6 months, the company moved more than 2,500 server racks from the Sacramento facility to data centers in Portland and Atlanta. So it sounds like they have 2 core data centers now.
Okay. I want to rip through a bunch of stuff really quick. I'm just going to rip through this stuff. So Donald Trump just signed an executive order about nuclear. And so we're going to try and have some folks on very quickly and slot them in. Might be 2:30, but I'm talking to some nuclear folks about coming on and breaking it down. I haven't even had a chance to read it yet, but it's out apparently. I don't know if you want to dig into that. I also want to give you the final analysis on Apple's AI struggles. We've been dipping our toe in and out of this story all week, but Ben Thompson had a great summary of the problems with Apple's AI strategy, and he sums it up in these bullet points, which are really rough. 1, Apple's head of software engineering didn't believe in AI. Apple's head of AI was skeptical about LLMs and chatbots. Apple's former CFO refused to commit sufficient funds for GPUs. Apple's commitment to privacy limited the company to purchased data sets instead of using their own, where Meta and Google and YouTube are all highly valuable training sources. Apple's AI team is understaffed, and the relative talent of an AI staffer still at Apple is uncomfortable to speculate about, but given the opportunities elsewhere, relevant. What should Apple do now? The baseline advice from Ben Thompson is make Apple's on-device models available to developers as an API without restriction. Make Apple's cloud interface, cloud inference available to developers as an API at cost. Allow Siri to be replaced by other AIs, perhaps for subscribers to those AIs who would revenue share with Apple. So you could bring ChatGPT into
I bet for the access to the Siri button, Apple could get 50%.
50%
up from their typical.
Yeah,
tax.
I mean, just hold an auction. Hold an auction and be like, hey, we're just not going to hit this out of the park, so we're just going to auction it off. It'd be great.
They have precedent of selling the search bar.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they do?
Anyway, the other news is people are now speculating about the exact device that Sam Altman and Johnny Ive will be building together at OpenAI with the IO acquisition for $6.5 billion. Swix, who's been on the show, says they literally copied Avi Schiffman. $6.5 billion for what Avi Schiffman built in the cave with a box of scraps, quoting Iron Man, of course. And there's an old video from Avi pitching the first friend, and man, I mean, what a throwback! I remember this.
This is what I was
2023.
saying. I think on Wednesday or Tuesday, it was like,
Yeah,
this could end up being extremely validating for
Totally.
Avi
Yeah.
and friend.
yeah.
If
and
he ends up nailing. I mean, to be clear, he's also, I think, focused on a much different use case.
I agree.
Like
I agree.
Friend.com.
I agree.
It's building
But
a
I mean,
companion.
to be fair, like the bear case for Friend is that they wind up in the same position as Pebble, which is that they do the discovery to find out that smartwatches are a good thing. And then Apple comes out with the Apple Watch. They just leverage integration and it's just a much better product. And then Google didn't need to buy Pebble. They just created the Samsung Galaxy Gear or whatever, the Samsung watch. And so the existing hardware manufacturers, they haven't had to buy companies. And so they've wound up putting like a lot of there's not a winner in independent smartwatches. And so if there is a pioneering new format and OpenAI has a serious hardware product in the space, and then Apple copies it quickly, and then Samsung copies it quickly for the Android ecosystem, you're kind of left out to dry. So obviously I'm pulling for him, and I hope he can wind up navigating it and counter positioning in a way that he creates something that's truly disruptive. But it is serious business right now. But Augustus sums it up well. He says, I have no stake in SFAI hardware, but this seems right, and it's the giant going up against Avi Schiffman and Friend.com. So good luck to him. But yeah, the current prototype is slightly larger than the AI Pin with a form factor as compact and elegant as an iPod Shuffle. One of the intended use cases
Shuffle really
is
was a magic
People
product.
loved it. Yeah.
Were you kind of too mature for a Shuffle?
I don't know if I ever had one, but I think it was more like a poverty problem. I don't think I had the money for it. But it was very much like an accessory.
Didn't inspire you to grind?
Yeah, I should have been grinding harder. But honestly, no, you know what it was? I was too much of a nerd. So I had something called like an iRiver, which was like
that's kind of what I was.
Very unique thing that like it was technically more advanced than the iPod at the time.
These.
I had one that had a color screen that you could watch movies on. It was like a 2-inch screen, and it was well before the iPod video came out by like a year. And so the release cycle was high. It was faster, and you get newer tech, but it was like borderline unusable because there was no focus on user experience. And so the company wound up kind of just not ripping. What else? Sam Altman. There's an exclusive in the Wall Street Journal by Berber Jin. A quote in here about what he's planning here. And we just got to read this one quote. Altman suggested that the $6.5 billion acquisition has the potential to add $1 trillion in value to OpenAI, which is such an insane thing to say. It's so crazy. But at the same time, how much is Apple worth? If you get a play in that space, like yes, $1 trillion of market cap is totally up for grabs. And so I think it's like, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like over the top, but that really is the expected value. And so when you think about it as like, what is that? A 0.6% or 0.65% chance at $1 trillion, probably worth 6.5 billion, right? In equity. And so that's the deal that they made, was that, hey, we're going to get this team that's going to run really hard at this. If they hit it, it's low probability, probably, a couple % chance that they pull it off. But if they do, it's $1 trillion. So it's totally worth the high number. At least that's probably like, that's one way to do the discounted cash flow and like the valuation. And we've sliced and diced the 6.5 billion a bunch of different ways. And I think we both came away with this idea that like, it's not as crazy as it sounds. It's 2% of the company. You're getting a great executive. You're getting a whole team. And like, it seems like a big number. They haven't shipped anything yet. That's crazy to buy something that doesn't even have a product for $6 billion. But when you think about the market, the opportunity, things start piecing together, and it could wind up looking very good in hindsight. But who knows? Anyway, I don't think there's anything else we need to go into before we bring in our first guest.
We got Jori from Linear. Let's bring him in.
How you doing?
Hey guys.
Welcome to the show.
How are you?
We're great.
Good.
Having fun, reading through the information, looking at the new Sam Altman IO acquisition. Do you have a take on the new device? What do you want to see in the world of AI hardware?
I don't know, to be honest. Let's see when like things start shipping and like how things like evolve.
Yeah.
It's been.
Have you had a chance to play?
I mean,
with
like
any of the
it's
previous
great to
devices?
see like I've again like in a like driver's seat and like
Totally.
on the news like doing interviews and so on. So I think like it's like I had a break for like whatever like 4 years or like so. It's been a while.
It's
Yeah,
more like he's
John
been in
called
stealth.
out it was like
Yeah.
very strategic
Yeah,
to
yeah.
go have him do a big interview at Stripe Sessions and then immediately the next week, come in with this massive announcement. But I'm excited to see. I think every technology.
Call that a coincidence in my parts.
Yeah. But I think every technology enthusiast will benefit from him taking
totally.
a real crack at AI.
What else in the news this week? It's been kind of an informal AI week over here at TBPN between Microsoft Build, Google I/O, OpenAI I/O,
Linear agents.
Linear Agents, and Anthropic Claude 4 dropping. What's been most interesting to you? What are you most excited to leverage?
Pretty bad week for me for like following the news. It's like finished up moving, so I've actually been like relatively like off news and like I think like it's on the docket for like a long weekend to like start catching up more on the on like all the keynotes and so on. But I don't know. It's good stuff like having more agents or like especially coding agents and like different like players like coming to the space. So I think like it'll be like interesting to see like over the next couple of weeks kind of like what like performs like how well and also like what kind of like user experiences are gonna be there because I think like that's kind of like the bit that we're like at Linear like now following much more as we're like also trying to like work with like different players and like integrate stuff into Linear is like what are like the patterns of like usage that will happen with this.
Yeah, what's more important, just vague definitions around user experience patterns for agents versus standards like MCP and more technical advances?
Yeah, I mean, like those are like very two different things. I think like, like MCP and like open standards, like that's like personally, I'm like very, very like pro, of course, as an engineer, but it's been something like I think like we kind of like lost in like last decade of like the big platforms owning more and more on their like own, like trying to like hoard everything. But like now things are pretty much like being pushed out in the open. And people are like, companies are like almost like forced to cooperate in the, like the new world. There's just so much demand. And it's been interesting to see from our side too, as like large companies like jumping very early and like, so like a whole space is kind of like pushing all the companies to like act fast. Let's see how much is like hot air, like what like will come out of it. But I think like overall, it's like push for openness is good. But then
how have you?
Like,
so for Linear's agents product, how do you evaluate how open is the product? If somebody's building an agent, can they build an integration with Linear by themselves, or are you guys really kind of doing your own internal testing to kind of qualify potential partners there?
Yeah, we're kind of like looking more on the promotional side, I would say. Like we believe in like open APIs and like trying to like have people access, but then I think like the when it comes to like security and these kind of things, it like comes more on like what do you like promote?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, like if I get a really amazing agent that just can puppeteer my mouse and keyboard, you can't really do anything about that. Maybe you throw up a CAPTCHA, but agents are going to be able to solve those pretty quickly. And so at a certain point, you have to think like there's a reason why you have an API. There's a reason why you have an MCP server. There's a reason why you have maybe an agent integration. But are these like temporary steps in your mind, or do you think that there's real durable value to an agent, like a standardization, something that you build in house, some sort of protocol or standardizing against things versus just MCP? I kept coming back to like, can't the LLMs, if they're really so smart, can't they just use websites? But what's your take on that trend?
Yeah, it probably comes to like down to like the user experience that you want to like offer. So, like controlling a computer or like VM or whatever, like that's the kind of like the ultimate like band-aid to like everything. Like it allows to do everything, but it's still like it's not purpose-built. But and like MCP to a degree is like a little bit like similar. It's just like a way to do request response like calls and get the information in and like share that. But then it's more about, I think, like in our mind, is like what is the experience like inside the product that like you're gonna offer that maybe is like specific to that product, and how does that work? Like today, like our implementation is like, somewhat like rudimentary that we would expect. Like agents look like regular users, but it's not very exciting to see the progress of the agent when they're like posting new comments in the thread. That's a little bit of a hack that you kind of like have to like live without, while we still like see what's actually like required and like what can we like build to like better like support like the agent developers, like what's gonna like experience to like give them. Of course, like we're like looking at this from the lens of like linear, of course, like running the company and like building the product. But it's also like it's interesting to see how where does the invocation of like agents happen? Like, is it like your CLI? Is it like a text editor? Is there like some kind of like web tool or like the desktop app? Of course, like for us, it's like it's pretty natural, like being like close to like where you work, so like integrating into that workflow. And I think like that's why a lot of like these like smaller companies, especially, are pretty excited to like build in linear because they're already using linear themselves.
What agent gets the heaviest usage internally at Linear today?
I think it's been like a couple of the coding agents, but those were like the first ones to to the market.
No, I mean not even. I mean specifically like your team at Linear.
Yeah,
like coding agents or.
Well, I kind of like mentioning names because like of course we don't have a horse in the race. We're just the interface for this.
I love horse races, and I love having horses in races.
Yeah,
Pat, pick a horse.
But like it's changing like every week. So like you said, like there's like a lot of like new agents that like came out this week from Google and like OpenAI and so on. So like this kind of like it'll be like interesting to see like how those like play out, and we're like looking for like working with like all of them, of course. But I think like beyond, I think like currently the focus is a lot on just coding agents. Like it's natural because there's a lot of like value to be created over there. But I think like in the next couple of months, we'll start seeing much more like non-coding agents like augmenting like in alongside with the coding agent. So you might have a task where you have a like a feature flagging like agent, coding agent, and I don't know, like who knows, a marketing agent like helping you out, like to write the changelog blog post or and so on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Are there any other AI features that you're implementing that feel like Windsurf or Cursor for project management, like something that like lives in linear alongside, but it's not that asynchronous? Because in coding, we're seeing a lot of like there's synchronous AI and there's asynchronous AI, and these two different patterns, and it feels like the market's bifurcating, but no investors want to admit that because they want to say it's going to be winner take all. But in fact, we're seeing two different paradigms kind of emerge, or maybe even three different paradigms emerge. What are you seeing on the project management side?
Yeah, that's I think like the agents are roughly, especially in our case, are tied to issues or tasks, and that's kind of like the interface for them. Outside that, where of course, like linear is not only like issue tracking tool, it's like for project management, like organizing like your work at the company level, not only like an individual level. So, and that's where kind of like have like a separate work stream of we're building our own like AI tooling around that. How can we augment the project managers and like the product leaders to like do their work better? And that you could like imagine looking a little bit more like a Claude or Cursor, like alongside your linear data. But like with that, it's going to be interesting to see like how we can start like introducing like the external like agents or like MCPs as like part of that. That of course like the issues is that's like the first step because it's like much more natural.
What's your team's approach to testing new, for example, coding agents, right? It's in many ways like the linear approach from my perspective is, you know, really thoughtful, ideally long-term planning around building, you know, beautiful products and taking a calm approach to doing this and in that way, you know, enabling other people to maybe have more calm, effective product development. But at the same time, like testing new tools, they can be super effective, but testing new tools can also be super distracting. You know, we don't do a ton of engineering on TBPN. We actually do a surprising amount, kind of like back office stuff to kind of automate production. But I can imagine an environment where you have, you know, call it 50 engineers, and on any given day, one of them can send a message into Slack, hey guys, you got to check this out. It's like amazing, blah, blah, blah. And maybe they just got like a couple of good results and it's actually not worth directing everyone's energy to, but at the same time, you want to stay at the edge. But do you have a philosophy or kind of an internal ethos around testing new tools?
Not really. I think like mostly comes from people themselves. We're not like enforcing like certain tools. We're of course encouraging couple of tools where we can, you know, like maintain like security and those kind of things. We're like mature company at this point, so like we need to look after like our customers' information, and like a lot of like also lives inside Linear, so you know we need to like look after stuff. But when it comes to like new tools, like the team is like looking at the news the same way we are and like trying out stuff. And I think it's a little bit more, so you put out like Linear's way, it's a little bit more calm. And I think like that also shows on the tool adoption and so on. Like you're like excited like to try out stuff, but like, you know, you take it with a grain of salt instead of like going on Twitter and like blasting like we replaced like all of our team like with AI. I mean, like that's one way to do it, but like, that's definitely not us. Nothing against that either, but yeah.
The Klarna method.
Not naming any names.
I said it. I respect it. It's good marketing. But it's not for everyone.
Yeah, I don't know, like that's being like overall, like when it comes to developing AI tools, like we started like when like everyone else started like a couple of years back when like the first GPTs like came out, and like tried to do stuff and like, you know, tried to build a chatbot and so on. Like, but I think like very early on, like we realized like, well, you get to like whatever 60-70%, but like then it's like falls apart, the experience, and like it's not, and then it's really like hard to figure out like what's actually the path to get to like the 95% where you want to be.
This is the Apple problem. You Linear and Apple have similar sort of like desires for perfection, right? And generative AI is in many ways completely imperfect, right? And unreliable. So that's an interesting challenge.
Yeah, but we built a few things. We shipped a few things. We didn't make maybe like the biggest fuss about it. We're not the AI powered like issue tracking software raising like gazillion like dollars. But now
raised from customers though.
Yeah, and I mean, like in the end, like they want to get their work done, and like, do they want to like buy hype or do they want to like buy product? Yeah. Maybe today, like you want to like buy more like AI, and that's really where we're seeing like a lot of like demand for AI solutions, and like now we're heavily investing in that. Like, and that kind of like we did a course correction over like the last like roughly 6 months ago, when I think like the tools has got so much better. Like for me personally, I was like on parental leave and like when the DeepSeek like came out, and like just trying like the thinking mode was just like a light bulb moment. Like I think
interesting.
A little bit background on that. I think it's just because of like Linear's philosophy is like try to build really like, you know, snappy, like purposeful tools. Like we always like chase the millisecond and like try to get something like really fast. And when it comes to like LLMs, like you have like inherent latency to it. Yeah. So it just felt like, how do we bind this like weight into the product that's instant? Yeah. And I think like now with the new like thinking modes and so on, like that has changed the like user like what people expect, like that
Totally.
paradigm, and now we can like build towards that, and like people expect it to take a little bit like more time, and there are also like more UI patterns to support that, but like you get a lot of value out of it.
Totally. Well, yeah, check out some of Google's launches from earlier this week. What was it? They were doing 3,000 tokens in like half a second.
With the diffusion models, yeah. Very cool.
Anyways, this was awesome. Congratulations on the launch this week, and come back on again soon.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
Cheers.
Thank you so much.
Later, Jori.
Talk to you soon. We got Zach Weinberg coming into the studio. And we also have Doug Bernauer from Radiant joining at 2:30 to talk about the nuclear EO, which I'm very excited about. Welcome to the stream, Zach. How you doing?
I'm good. We have like
Welcome to the stream.
full soundboard now.
Full soundboard.
yeah.
We're getting better every
Constant
single day.
iteration. Constant iteration.
What other product updates have there been since I was last here?
Oh, I mean, our Chirons. Yeah. Stop asking hard questions about our updates. We're doing fine.
I noticed a sponsor, whoever makes the yellow drink, I assume.
no.
they're
To be
not,
honest-
they're
to be
not
honest-
sponsoring us.
To be honest, I did grow up in the town that this company is from, but
okay.
we have no
We have
connection.
no proper affiliation.
Honestly,
with
if anything,
Guayaquil
we should just
from
wrap
Renate.
these in ramp yellow.
We should,
and
we
then,
should.
Anyways,
yeah.
good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Thanks for.
I mean, we wanted to have
having me.
you on initially to talk about the most favored nation drug pricing EO. It's been a week or two since then. There was kind of like, I think it
that
dropped
was
Sunday.
3
It felt like
EOs
years
ago.
but I mean, it felt like Sunday, like, oh, this is going to be Black Monday for biotech. It didn't happen. The biotech stocks did fine. They also, this was coinciding with the pullback on the tariffs broadly, so the market rose overall. Can you give us how you process the information, how you're thinking about it now? Does this thing matter? Should we even be talking about it? Should we just move on?
Yeah, maybe let's start with like why it's probably just like a misguided idea in the first place.
Please.
Or at least the trade that I think Americans would need to understand that you're making, and as it relates to drug pricing. And what I think we may have talked about this last time, or I've talked about this with a lot of people, like the idea that America pays a lot for new therapeutics, right? And we do, by the way, like this idea that we pay materially more, even on like a GDP adjusted basis, than other countries, and in particular, other wealthy countries. So you take Europe is probably like the best example, where the amount that we spend on new therapies as a percentage of our, like, let's call it GDP adjusted price,
Sure.
if you will, is still on the upper bound. So like America pays for the innovation for the rest of the world.
But don't we get the innovations like 5 to 10 years faster than the rest of the world?
We definitely get them faster. We are usually the first place all these new drugs launch.
Yeah.
There's also a set of therapies that we have that you just cannot get anywhere else. Like other countries refuse to pay for them. It's socialized medicine, right? So it's like a single budget.
And then there's also the factor of the rebates, where the headline price that you see quoted in America is not what Americans typically pay, even if they don't have insurance. So you might see that some like Alzheimer's drug is 10 times or 100 times the headline price in America versus Japan, but realistically Americans are paying 3 times more, 5 times more, which is still a lot. But it's not the scary number that people often quote.
Personally,
right?
I like paying more for drugs because it inspires me to grind harder.
Yeah.
Right. I think many Americans
Wait, which
feel
drugs
the same
are we
way.
talking about here?
Therapeutics.
Caffeine, nicotine,
Right.
creatine, protein, testosterone, mostly.
Protein. Yeah. Full just TRT juicing before the show.
Yeah.
No, so like we do pay more, was where I was going on a net basis.
Yeah.
Like when you add in all the discounts that are given out, it's not as bad as it makes it seem. But obviously, like when you read about it in the headlines and they're like, oh, this drug's like $65,000 a year, that is the list price. And so, the media doesn't understand net pricing versus list pricing. And so the headlines are much more sensational than they actually are in reality. But yes, the delta still does exist. And we do pay more. Now, part of the reason why we pay more is because if we don't do it, the drugs don't exist.
Yeah.
And I just think that little like piece of this is really hard for most people to understand, which is like biotech. There's this really amazing analysis that was done by RA Capital, which is like a giant biotech venture fund. And
we had one of their principals on I think the Monday after.
Super sharp group, top 5, do mostly publics, but like this is like a expert group in therapeutics.
Yeah, we had
Tess
Cameron on.
Yeah, and they have like a few hundred people. Their founder, Peter, is super sharp.
Cool.
We respect them a lot. They actually were investors in one of our company's next rounds. All that. Anyway, good group. They did a very beautiful analysis of the expected value of a biotech investment at various rounds. Seed round, A round, B round, so on and so forth. Like, what is the EV of $1 that you put in? And I will tell you that at both seed and Series A, the EV is negative. Negative at our current prices. And the reason for this is like drug discovery is the single hardest fucking problem that you will ever encounter in your life. Because you are trying to make a drug and using all of these tools that are not actually the human being until the absolute end of it. So you have to take all this insane amount of risk and spend tons and tons of money. And the data that you have to make your decisions are like in a petri dish or in a mouse or in a monkey or in a dog. And like, yes, that's useful, but it's not a human. And so like the amount of companies because you don't see this in tech, right? You don't see companies that have raised $300 million do one product launch and then go bankrupt.
Yeah.
And like that happens all the time in biotech. That's actually like the norm is basically, you've spent a few $100 million. You think this thing is possibly going to work. It works in a dog. It works in a monkey, whatever. The drug-like properties seem all really great. And then you run a human clinical trial for $150 million and it doesn't work and the company's bankrupt and everybody loses their money. And it's not like 20 million. It's like hundreds of million. So, biotech is a expected value negative investment business, even at current prices. And so what that means
really quickly, is that just a power law thing where the best biotech venture funds are doing great at seed and Series A? And just like, there's plenty of funds that I could point to in consumer SaaS or enterprise SaaS that are terrible and negative EV, right?
I don't think you could point to the asset class being negative EV.
True.
Right? Like, okay. Yes, there's always a skew in the results, but here we're talking about the entire asset class is negative EV. Okay. And so if you're on the front end of it, great. But like,
it's rough.
You stick it in the middle, you lose money. In tech, I don't think you get the median fund in tech and you lose money. Like it doesn't,
no.
Yeah.
So your median fund might be like 1.5x or something.
Exactly.
Something.
Yeah. So it's not shifted this way. The whole category. Why is it shifted this way? There's a bunch of reasons. The biggest one, in my opinion, has to do with this concept of called like better than the Beatles, which is basically like, it's a very simple idea when it clicks for you. When I try to launch a new drug, the thing that I have to beat in terms of its efficacy, like how good of a drug is it, is the current standard of care, meaning what a patient would get if this drug didn't exist. So it's not placebo. In most cases, it's not like a water, sugar pill, right? Sure. It's like the current thing. And so as we get better at treating the current thing, the bar gets higher. So it actually, like the better we do at drug discovery, it gets harder, not easier.
We should do that with payroll software. Unless you're better than the best payroll software, you shouldn't be allowed to promote your product.
Well, and even more, like here's the crazy part.
You shouldn't be allowed to launch.
You shouldn't be allowed to launch.
Here's the analogy. You wouldn't be allowed to launch the product. Okay? The government would say, no. You cannot launch until you are better than the current solution.
Your corporate card isn't better than RAMP, so you can't launch. It's just ridiculous.
Could you imagine that world where you're like, oh, my new, someone would launch like, I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
ChatGPT search engine. And then like the federal government's like, nope, Google's better. You can't do this until you're better.
Yeah.
That is how biotech works.
Wow.
That is how biotech works. And
wait,
by the way,
is that the right way for it to work? Does that contribute? Does it? You have to imagine it contributes to prices being high because it's somewhat anti-competitive, right? If I in the payroll market, right? Like a payroll platform gets super bloated.
Yep.
some founders and it costs $100 an employee. A founder comes in, launches an okay version.
Also, there's just less
15.
iteration on drugs, I would imagine, than on software, right?
No, you can't like iterate through it. There's no learning. You got to like it either is better or not. Here's the problem: are you going to take the drug that's 30% worse but 50% cheaper, even though you don't pay for it?
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly. Now, if you were on the hook, or maybe you saw some of the rebates and went into your pocket, maybe you'd be like, all right, like my psoriasis isn't like that bad. Yeah. I'll take the like 30% less effective drug and I'll like clip some coupons but that we don't do that.
Yeah.
Because in America we view healthcare as like it's supposed to be free for everybody. We
kind of do it with over-the-counter stuff. Like if you get like the Mucinex extra strength max, like it might be $3 more than just like the generic stuff.
Try telling the cancer patient that you're going to get the
very
slightly
different
less
for that.
effective.
Absolutely,
like you're just
different.
not going to do it.
Yeah.
And so, the FDA is kind of like, well, what's the bar is current standard of care. That's the standard we've put in place.
Yep.
Look, if we wanted to create a system where you could launch slightly worse drugs cheaper, like that would be an interesting system. But the problem is the people using the drugs aren't the one paying for the drugs, at least not directly. And so cheaper doesn't win, right? Like you can't shift because the patient at the end of the day does not want the worst drug. Like there's so many situations where you're just like, absolutely not, especially in serious disease, chronic disease, cancer, all the stuff that really matters. Yeah. So going all the way back to pricing, one of these like weird issues in biotech is simply like, as the industry gets better, it gets harder, not easier, which is there's almost like no other industry where that is true.
Yeah.
And so
it's the opposite of learning curve pricing. It's like the opposite of fabs, the opposite of software, the opposite
and that's why
of the internet.
When you see all these stats of like innovation in biotech has slowed and all, a lot of it is because of this. And they call it better than the Beatles, which is this idea of like, imagine if you wanted to release music and the only way it would work is if you were better than the Beatles, because that's the best. And so like, how much music would you really have? And that's the, I like the phrase because it whatever, it's catchy, like the Beatles.
Totally. Yeah,
anyway, so
it does. The one thing I'll say is it has an interesting effect of pushing for true excellence, right? Like that
I mean,
does not happen.
are...
That certainly doesn't happen in SaaS. There's a lot of people that see a good SaaS product and they're like, I can make an okay version of that and make a couple $1 million a year.
Totally.
And,
there's less cynicism and there's less like we don't have a slop problem in pharma.
Well, there's no like move fast and break things because you can't tweak your way to the front. Right? You've got to build the best drug before you put it into people, right? There is no tweaking. So I say all of this, which is to say, like, yes, drugs are expensive in the United States, but like, if you wanted cheaper drugs today, you are basically not going to get any in the future. And I know everyone's like, oh, that's not true, blah, blah. Like, I am on the front lines of this every single day. I mean, we are one of the larger biotech venture funds at seed, meaning like we take the most risk. We're in that negative EV category.
Risk on.
Built different.
Risk on.
Yeah. And so if the price on the other side is not big enough for the risk that you take, it's not that you like tone it down. It's that you just don't do it. You can't
just to be very clear, like you don't need to do this, right? Like you could walk away from the game, right? And there's
and by the way, it's not just me. It's our investors, our LPs. Yeah. Like if my fund and every other biotech and early stage investor can't make money, our job will cease to exist because our investors won't let us exist, right? Like there's this money will always be there. No, absolutely not. And so, you need a reward on the other side of it. And I think that trade is really hard for people to think about because you're like, well, it's a lot now. And you're like, yeah, it's a lot now. But if it weren't, that means 10 years from now, you're going to have the same drugs available in 10 years as we have today. Your kids are not going to be any better off from a medicine perspective. So the reward does have to be really big. But at the same time, like, do the Europeans kind of like freeload off of us? Yes. And so this kind of like rough idea of like, all right, this is what they're trying to do is say, we're going to index the US price to like a basket of comparable international countries, basically like wealthy first world countries, it's mostly European countries, and that we can't be like materially higher than they are on a GDP adjusted basis. At least that's the idea behind the executive order. Maybe two thoughts. One, this will not take U.S. drug prices down. It will not happen. What will happen, and this is not a good thing, is it may force, first of all, okay, this is likely not enforceable. I don't believe legally, I don't think the EO works. And that's part of why you didn't see the biotech market react, is every expert
no one took it seriously. Yeah.
Like it'll fail in the court 1,000 times. It'll never get implemented. That doesn't mean some future version of this, there isn't some like, loophole or whatever that maybe the government slowly figures out. But like this EO seems as if it's basically never going to happen.
Yeah.
What about is biotech being squeezed on both sides in some way right now, given that there's kind of an attack on the fundamental foundational research as well?
Yes.
And so like, if you take that, basically that's like investment that's sort of like, non-effectively, the biotech industry gets the benefit of.
Yeah, like the negative EV bets are already being subsidized to be closer
the
to zero, but not negative.
This administration is doing absolutely everything it can to destroy the future therapeutics that you want. Every single decision they've made, basically, so far has been negative to future medicines existing. Right? Like you cut biology research, so we don't really understand what drives disease. You cut skilled immigration. Do you know who is like half of biotech? If you go to like any biotech company's website, you go to usually somewhere between 30 and 50% of the people on staff are foreign born.
Yeah.
Because who like doesn't want to do the 17 years of school to become a chemist and like do all the training? Americans. And so, we already have a skilled scientist shortage, and that's even with current immigration. And so like kicking these people out of the country, not letting them come here in the first place to train, like we're just going to have a massive, skills gap. This isn't like bring manufacturing back. This is like, you need to be a PhD in chemistry plus 15 years. Like these people don't exist. And so, most of our senior team at Curie is foreign born.
Yeah. And I imagine that the biotech industry could very quickly absorb like twice the amount of PhDs and just do more research, right? And it wouldn't be like job displacement if that happened. Right?
So the solution
and like biology and chemistry PhDs and proteins, like specific types of PhDs.
Totally. Yeah.
Do we need like marine science PhDs?
Yeah.
No. But
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying the solution is that we need 1 million Brian Johnsons?
We're looking for scientists, not crazy people. So no, we need 1 million David Liu's at MIT.
Okay.
And
what about that guy in China, He Jiankui? Have you been following this guy?
This is the one like testing stuff on himself.
Baby. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and he posts these like very vague posts where
I thought it was an AI. I thought it was an
joke.
AI like meme account for months.
And he keeps posting like, biotechnology should never be used to create super soldiers. And it's just like a selfie of him. And it's like, it sounds like you're making a super soldier, man. And it's unclear how much he's in on the joke. But recently, like he got married and his wife can't get into the country. Have you been tracking that story at all?
No, because it's like fringe. It's like, it's like the New York Post of science.
Yeah. What about?
Anyway, all right, hold on. I want to go back.
Yeah, please.
Because I just like this is the clash. This is this administration being like, I'm angry about something, and then I make a decision, and nobody thinks about then what happens, and it's over and over again. You're like, these fucking people are so stupid, and I hope they're listening. Like you are all so stupid, and like you're just ruining the thing that has made America excellent in science by killing all these things in science funding, immigration, blah blah blah. It's like it is idiotic. But even if you say like we're going to index the U.S. price to international prices, remember that the United States is a giant fucking country. We have 350 million people. We're the wealthiest in the world. Like 50% of pharma revenue comes from the United States. And then you have like Japan is kind of second. Okay, so now put yourself in the shoes of a pharma company. Right? You're going to index our price to the European price, and let's say the Europeans are like 15% of your revenue, and the Americans are 50. Are you going to lower your price? Absolutely not. You're just going to raise the European price. Yeah. Right. And just to bring it up, because you can't lose the U.S. revenue. Yep. So like you'll never give this revenue up. So the U.S. price will not change. This does not work. All it does is it may, even if it were illegal, it may force pharma to bring its European price up. And you know what happens when that happens? Because this is like, and then what? The Europeans will go, okay, we can't pay for it. We're not going to buy it. And all it does is it keeps the US price the same and it shrinks pharma. Like the net is the United States will pay exactly the same that we paid before because pharma is not going to drop price in its largest category by far. It's the only place you can make money in pharma is in the US. So that price is not coming down. If you have to bring the price externally up, it shrinks the revenue in that market, which shrinks pharma, which shrinks biotech. Because if pharma is a smaller, dollar value, if the profitability of pharma comes down, you know what they stop doing? Buying biotech companies, right? All of us, the same effect, which is like, well, if this is less profit, it's just a different way of making it less profitable, right? It's the same thing of like, if it's less profitable, I can't take as much risk. And if I can't take as much risk, I stop doing risky drug discovery. And therefore the whole industry just kind of like this. And that's not a win.
How do companies get valued if they have one drug that's like working and maybe it's the best, right? So it's actually able to be in the market. Yet there's a sort of sense that there are very real competitors that might come in with a drug that is substantially better. Like how is a pharma company that's exploring M&A going to value that? Is it still the same?
This is what they do all day. What you just described is exactly what these people are spending teams and teams of people on, which is like, okay, what is the value of the current drug that we've got? Which is usually, if it's at the place where it's approved, you're looking at, what are peak sales and how long how long is my patent, right? Yeah. What do we expect generic competition to come to look like? And then you're looking at the pipeline of competitors and you're looking at the data that they shared. And sometimes there's some data and sometimes there isn't. And then you're trying to predict the future, which is like, okay, just because, company X is working on a competitor doesn't mean it's going to work. So do we think it's going to work? Why do we think it's going to work? If it does work, what are the so you do like scenario planning, like, okay, 10% chance this beats us, 50% chance it doesn't, like, should we be concerned? And all of this math goes into the spreadsheet of like, what do we think this drug is worth? And what's the risk appetite? So like, this is day-to-day, biotech pharma commercial analysis. There are very, very smart people who do this. This is what the public hedge funds do, this is what the RA guys will do, and it's deep science. But all of it is just like, at least the drug pricing stuff is just, it's a trade that is hard for people to understand, but it's kind of like, if you don't put a reward on a very risky thing, the risky thing doesn't happen and you just don't feel it until 10 years. You won't even really know because it's the drug that never got started in the first place. And then eventually what you're doing is you're outsourcing all of this to China because the Chinese will pick it up and do, we can have a longer conversation about China. So all of it is just kind of like stupid. The other thing I would say, I don't have to jump, but like, this is my defense of medicine and of therapeutics, if you will, as like a great investment. They go generic.
Yeah.
Like 9 to 12 years, let's say roughly, these are generic, which means they are basically free for you in 10 years, I know your kids and your grandkids and your future kids. Like, it is an unbelievable investment. You pay a lot up front, you get a lot of innovation, a lot of people taking risks. You have this like window in time, which is like, you got to eat it. You're going to pay a bunch for it. It's not going to feel great. And then everybody gets it free. There's no other industry in the world where that happens. And even within healthcare, who doesn't go generic? Doctors, hospitals, surgeries. Like, why is there so much focus on the therapeutic, which is also only about 10% of medical spending is drugs, which then eventually goes generic, versus the 90% of it, which is basically physicians. And those physicians, they're not.
Well, it's because of the margins, right? It just strikes you as something that like the pill only costs $0.01 to make, and so
exactly,
emotionally you think about high margin things as wasteful.
What's something positive that could come from the EO? We had a infamous healthcare exec actually no, we had an infamous healthcare exec message us while we're live. Said, ask him if he reads that the EO as maybe trying to solve the consumer pricing problem, gross to net, rather than actually making pricing comparable in the end, given that there was a specific call out for consumer D2C pricing, and which might have been why.
consumer data. Like, healthcare is about the new drugs that are really expensive, not like consumer D2C pricing of like, whatever, consumer medicine. Like, I'm talking about real healthcare, very sick, chronic disease people with neurological conditions, with cancer, with heart disease, like the serious stuff, which is what we should care about.
I just saw a company that they'll give me one pill that has erectile dysfunction medicine and hair loss medicine in one pill. Is that not real medicine? What's going on?
Those are generic meds.
Sounds like amazing. So
it's amazing. And you know why they're so cheap?
Yeah.
Because they're generic. Because 15, 20 years ago, we invented this shit. Pfizer made like a crap ton of money selling Viagra.
Yeah, that's right.
Now you get to get your 6-in-1 dick pill for $2. And like, that's a pretty cool deal, right? Like, it's cheap and all this. Like, Shores, there's some like gross to net, whatever. Yeah. That's not what healthcare is. That's not, I'm sorry, like hair loss is not healthcare.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. What about CRISPR on demand? There was this infant child that was saved with a custom gene therapy. It seemed like a very inspiring story. There was an inspiring video all about it. It seems like an amazing testament to something we've been hearing about for a long time, which is CRISPR. Maybe a decade we've been talking about this. Is that an opportunity for new companies? Is there already a company that's like ripping on the back of this, or is that just kind of like an outgrowth of what we'd expect with the technology given the maturity?
I believe the company that did this was Beam Therapeutics. Is it them who did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. This is a perfect example, right? Which is like that. I think it's Beam. I can't remember offhand which one it is. That company that successfully developed this therapeutic is trading for less than money raised.
Whoa!
Wow.
Okay.
Moment
Breakthrough.
of silence.
It's terrible.
Right. And why? Well, because like these gene editing technologies where you're going after essentially like disease that is very clearly defined by some mutation in your DNA, and that's a small subset of total disease. It's like very, very rare conditions that this applies to. So like the market, the way I think about it is like the patient market for this technology is very small. These are horrible diseases that in theory can be treated through gene editing. There's not that many of them. But you can do some really amazing things if you can make these edits, which is the first time this has ever happened. But like if you add up the patient population of like all of these conditions where you could possibly do this, it's not that many. I don't know the math offhand. I bet you it's probably like tens of thousands at most. Okay, and so like plus the variable cost of manufacturing this stuff on a per patient basis can be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Are we going to get some blockbuster gene editing for hair loss and then we're back in business?
No. Because hair loss is not, there's no like one base edit to, fix hair loss, but
yet,
I think
I don't like this techno pessimist on my stream, Zach.
Well, one of the things you learn as you go into science is that the DNA is not actually the whole story. It's not even close to the whole story. And so like, it's not even, you wouldn't, there's no one spot.
Is vibes a part of it? Is that
it's actually astrology. It matters.
Okay.
You have to take into account the DNA, but
Zach
also
Weinberg,
the astrological sign.
Infamous astrologist.
Yeah.
I mean, vibes are kind of like it in a way that like your behavior as you're alive does affect your
epigenetics,
gene expression.
The vibes of the DNA.
Exactly. Your epigenetics matter, right? Yeah. Like you sit in smoke all day, like you're gonna have some problems. Anyway, I like this as an example because this company that just made this like unbelievable breakthrough, this has never been done before in humans. They're curing diseases, is now trading for basically less than cash raised. I gotta go
What's
find
the name again?
Numbers. I swear it's
so there's I just got an answer. So this was a bespoke CRISPR base editing drug. It was built and tested by physician scientists at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and Penn Medicine with translational help from Innovative Genomics Institute at UC Berkeley. Reagents and GMP grade components were donated by several suppliers, including Accutas Therapeutics and Integrated DNA Technologies and Aldveron, both Danaher companies for guide RNA. And
yes, on that one, there was another
story.
Yes, there was another story, and I have to find it.
Okay, well, we'll have to we have to jump, but we'd love to have you back and kind of dig into some of these other biotech companies and take us through like the wins and losses. I think it'd be very interesting to see.
By the way, imagine if that becomes a drug and we go, oh, we can only pay $20,000 for it. Do you know what happens to that drug?
Sits on the shelf.
Sits on the shelf. No one ever does it. No one ever makes it. And there's your drug pricing in reality, which is like, well, it's got to be a reward.
So we're pro higher drug prices, I guess. You pilled us on that? We want the highest prices possible is what I'm hearing.
You want to you'll get a lot of shit. You put real high prices, like people will come and take risks. I'm sure there's some balance.
We got to have you and Shkreli on together.
We need like
gold
oil.
Here's my favorite stat.
Yeah.
Here's my favorite stat. I'll pull these for you, so I don't want to sound like an asshole just like spitting numbers that aren't true. I believe on a per American basis, like you take our drug spend and you divide it essentially over like, Americans we spend drugs on, it's something like $1,000 a year or so per person, if you will. We spend more on cosmetics than we do on medicine.
Wow.
Let's hear it for cosmetics.
Let's hear it for America. We're looking good.
What about fast food? What about
we might be
fast
dropping
food?
dead at 45, but we're going to look good doing it. Thanks so much for stopping by. This is fantastic. We'll talk to you soon.
Always a pleasure. Cheers.
Bye. Next up, we have Leigh Marie Braswell from Kleiner Perkins coming in, former colleague of mine at Founders Fund, briefly. Excited to talk to her about artificial intelligence, AI agents, all the news of the day, and we'll bring her in. And we got some good chyrons for her coming up. We'll see if we can get them up on the stream. What are we talking for her? The term sheet tyrant herself. Leigh Marie, are you there? Can you hear me? How you doing?
Oh, what's up, Coogan? How's it going?
It's good. What's new with you? I'd love to get your initial take on AI week. We got Microsoft Build, Google I/O, OpenAI I/O. We got Claude 4 from Anthropic. It's been a massive week. What has stuck out to you as like the most interesting, the most underrated, the most worth digging into of the news of the week?
Well, I guess just to start off, and it's so good to see you again. It's been a while.
It's been too long.
So yeah, thanks for having me on the show. There's never a dull moment, really. I feel like every day there's something really significant that you need to be paying attention to if you're going to try to make money investing in AI companies.
Yeah.
And so I think the big thing there's so much this week.
Right.
Starting with some of the stuff you said.
It's the best time to be a technology podcaster. Investors a close second, but podcasters really where you want to be. That's where the action is, because every day there's new news. Anyway, what is sticking out to you?
Hey, Jordy.
Hey.
Yeah. So there's the IO acquisition in particular. That news. What an incredible video. What an incredible team. Just really showcasing OpenAI's ambition to really get into a lot of stuff. And obviously there's a lot of speculation about what the device will look like. I was actually looking this up.
Sorry to interrupt. My favorite part was John and I are, I guess, ex-hall monitors. We're in the community notes program. So somebody was trying to community note the OpenAI launch video. And the suggested community note was, this video uses AI. These two scenes aren't real. If you look at this section, it's like, you're trying to gotcha an AI company for using AI in a marketing video? Like, what is this? That's very silly.
What do you expect?
Yeah. That's kind of the point.
AI.
Yeah.
Super excited about what potentially that could imply for just OpenAI's ambitions, especially as it relates to consumer hardware. I was looking it up on O3, but O3 kept then kind of giving me some different answers. But it might be, and to be fair, I don't kind of know the current state of things inside of IO, Johnny Ive's company, but it might be one of the largest, if not the largest, sort of pre-product acquisition of all time. So $6.5 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah, we've been noodling on it.
It's a couple points. It's a couple points for a key exec.
Exactly. It's 2% of the company, which when you think about bringing in an executive at that level, that like comp for that
industry
team,
legend.
It's not that crazy to get to that number. And then today in the Wall Street Journal, Sam Altman was quoted saying that if they can nail it and get a major consumer device, that's $1 trillion opportunity. And that sounds crazy. But you look at Apple's market cap, you look at Android, Samsung, there probably is $1 trillion in market cap.
Well, there was also the tinfoil hats saying like, oh, he's trying to dilute the nonprofit. And it's like, that they're issuing billions of dollars of stock to employees all the time.
That's happening a lot. Yeah.
Like, this is not some crazy conspiracy.
I do want to get your take on the actual device. We've seen some pre-render, some AI images around like a pendant with a camera on it, the Her model. Maybe it's an earpiece. I imagine you get pitched a lot of AI devices. We've seen the Rabbit, the Humane, the Friend. Are there any other ideas that you've seen that could potentially be just AI devices, even not from OpenAI, but just in general, because Apple's got it pretty well covered. They got your ears, they got your eyes with the Vision Pro, they got your phone, the watch, the iPad, the laptop, the desktop. Like there's not a lot of white space in the Apple catalog, but it'll be interesting to see if somebody can come up with something that's new. Have you seen anything that's interesting?
Oh man, I really wish I could tell you about it, but yeah, we actually have a company in stealth, so
Let's
I can't say
go.
much. But there's certainly different,
Have them come on the show when they're ready.
Yeah, I'll be super excited too. But
Okay, cool.
People are being really creative,
Yeah.
and then also, I mean, just generally, and I'm sure you're seeing this too, just given like the pace of how much is happening, and then also the competitive nature of these markets. Like it's clearly there's this big prize, maybe bigger than ever before.
Yep.
And so if you've got a really good idea, like, and if you don't have trouble raising funding, getting customers, or hiring people, like, why talk about it too soon? So I'll be excited to share more on that.
There's also, I feel like people have just been generally willing to fund hardware, but also kind of categorically bearish, right? People are just like, oh, like hardware is really hard. Like I'm going to make this bet, but like it's really hard. But
hardware is hard used to be about supply chain.
Yeah.
It used to be about all the things that can go wrong.
But then also
and,
look at
working capital.
We're at a point where like Aura and Whoop are like big businesses that I don't know like ultra specifics on either, but I bet that Aura will be a really big company in 10 years.
From my perspective, it's almost harder. It is hard to make the device and manufacture it and deal with the fact that 90% of your revenue comes in Christmas. But like the real hard part is actually changing consumer behavior and getting someone to take off their Apple Watch or add a Whoop band to the other wrist, which is, I think, the predominant pattern for most Whoop users. But what are you looking for in hardware startups that you're looking at? What are the pitfalls that you want to see founding teams overcome before potentially backing them?
Yeah, so I'll say I don't have a massive background in hardware. I mean, I will say I was at Scale. I was relatively early there, for and was an engineer there for 4 years, and then a PM. And we worked with a lot of hardware companies there. Sure. So, I mean, the main customer of Scale back in the very early days was self-driving car companies and robotics companies. And so I have seen, just through to working with them as customers, some potential pitfalls. And I mean, the quip is that hardware is hard. Yeah. You've got all of the challenges of building a company, and then you've also got to just manage supply chains, and you have to be a lot more careful about, the economics. Software is usually relatively high margin, or it's easier to make it high margin. Hardware, obviously much harder when you've got to figure out where all these materials are coming from and ramping up. So even if you have demand, like ramping up in a sort of scalable way, and then also implementation can generally just take a really long time.
And it distributes at the speed of the internet. Like you can go viral and get 100 million people on a website in a day. You just can't ship 100 million things anywhere in any reasonable amount of time. It just takes time.
Like maybe one day. But yeah, it's like interesting to remember, like Waymo was founded in 2009.
Yeah.
Right. So like just as that, like it took
overnight success.
20 years to now become this overnight success. But
you mentioned robotics. I'm interested in the pools of training data that are out there. We've been joking about Scale AI. Are they going to put everyone in motion capture suits eventually to get to the humanoid data sets? There's also a lot of work being done in simulated environments. Is there a data wall that we're going to run into with humanoid robotics? How are you thinking about the data challenges in robotics generally, whether that's in the humanoid side or elsewhere, because it feels like the humanoid narrative is taking hold. People are funding companies. It's getting big. But if it's a 16-year journey like it was with Waymo, we could be, in for a long one here.
Definitely. It's been interesting. I mean, like I do think there are a lot of really good arguments for why we'll see robotics progress accelerate. And that's really, obviously the data is more challenging to get. It's not like you can just scrape the internet like we did with a lot of these LLMs, and the data is kind of like there and ready for the taking for at least like some of the early transformer based models. Though with an asterisk, like as we're now moving into agents, I actually think you have to be more intentional about creating different types of data. But then now with robotics too, like, you've got to figure out ways to get real world data, whether that's, internally or using somebody like a Scale. Or, there's a lot of really exciting work going on in world modeling and simulation. And so, I think hopefully a combination of being really intentional about the data, both on the sort of like human collection side, and then also some of this work that we're seeing in simulation and world models, will hopefully mean that, we don't all hit this data wall, and we'll be able to sort of scale these systems more effectively. However, I mean, with robotics, it's always a little bit challenging to tell what that exact timeline is.
Yeah. Be interesting. We were talking earlier about the agentic, the coding market, the AI coding market. I was kind of breaking it down to you in, is it 3 markets? Is it 2 markets? Is it synchronous work, asynchronous work? Is there a consumer, prosumer, bottom-up enterprise, top-down enterprise sales motion? How are you thinking about just AI coding generally as a market, as the businesses evolve? Just give me kind of where you're at, and then we can kind of tug on that thread in a bunch of different ways.
For sure. My favorite topic of conversation. Or definitely one of my favorites is AI code gen. Near and dear to my heart. But yeah, as a disclaimer, so I'm on the board of this company, Windsurf. So agentic IDE, AI powered developer tooling platform.
Yep.
Yeah, it has been just utterly sort of shocking to me. Like, when you invest in a company, you expect like, okay, hopefully things will go well. Like, hopefully the market will be there. And I just don't think anybody, really saw this coming. Just in terms of like how widespread tools like Windsurf would become. And so right now, you're certainly seeing like there's this sort of segmentation, specialization. You have tools like Windsurf and Cursor that are, prosumer. So you've got people even with basically no coding or definitely no coding experience that are able to get up and running very quickly with these tools and really just sort of like talk to it. And it acts like this sort of programmer that will, like respond to what you want to do. Maybe it comes back with an error, but it can maybe autonomously fix that error once you kind of give it some more guidance. And, it's just been incredible seeing like, even though I talk about Windsurf all the time, my father-in-law, who I'd never mentioned it to, not a programmer, just like once he was we were just talking. He's like, you got to go, you're VC, you got to go check out this company, Windsurf. I'm like using it to like, help me out at work and create apps. And I'm just like, wow, this is incredible. Just how widespread he's like, outside of Silicon Valley, all of that. So
for those types of tools, I mean, you don't have to speak about Windsurf specifically, but just how much of it is just a ton of people on small consumer plans versus bottom-up enterprise adoption that gets rolled into a much larger consumption-based plan, or even like a seats-based plan? Like, how is the market for AI tooling in the enterprise evolving in terms of pricing? Because we've seen Salesforce is talking about, we want to price things not based on seats, but based on resolutions of customer service tickets. You could imagine charging someone for lines of code that get approved in pull requests, or seat-based, or usage-based, or just pure inference-based. So how is that side of the market just evolving broadly?
Yeah, I mean, so what we're seeing is, there's certainly the prosumer segment for these tools, but it very quickly goes up, bottoms up into the enterprise. And in particular with Windsurf, I mean, from day one, we've been quite focused on the enterprise segment. And so it's, we both have a large enterprise sales team, and then these tailwinds from now all these prosumers, and then, sort of like professional developers that pick it up on their own and bring it into their company. I think pricing, it's always interesting. It's something that we constantly think about. It's a very competitive market. So, I mean, you also have to kind of pay attention to what other people are doing. I mean, per seat, easy to understand. But then, obviously a lot of these models cost money to run. And so you've got to figure out some sort of either credits or usage system. I don't think, in coding we're yet to the point where it's, let's price based on outcome. Like, oh, well, if we get this done, then you pay. Like maybe, I've seen sometimes in like customer support and things like that. But yeah, certainly having like a usage element, I think, is pretty
yeah,
important.
What's your reaction when an entrepreneur pitches you and they're like, well, we're building agents to go after this like end labor market, and the TAM is, $1 trillion, because they're just adding up like global payroll for like that type of work. Like, what's your reaction to that? Is that the wrong way to think about market sizing if ultimately these are software products that can be delivered very inexpensively, which will ultimately create competition and drive maybe pricing down for that end service?
Yeah, I mean, definitely some good points. I mean, generally I'm pretty optimistic. I think now just like kind of living through the cogen market where, just to use this as an anecdote, GitHub Copilot came out. My first kind of pessimistic reaction was just like, oh, well, this is like so useful already, and GitHub's got all these advantages. Okay, this like market's done. And they will be like, okay, every developer like uses it, and then it's kind of over. And it just, the opposite of this happened. Like it turned out that there is a lot of white space in the market for teams to innovate and to create really great product experiences, whether it's a startup, whether it's a foundation model company. And then also just like, I think the market blew my mind.
What was the secret? What was the secret to either the challengers to GitHub Copilot? I haven't really used them. Is it more driven by flexibility around which model you're plugging into and GitHub Copilot kind of locking you into their model and not moving quickly enough? Or is it something more on the user experience side?
So I forgot the exact date. GitHub Copilot started, I think, OpenAI only, given the sort of relationship, but it relatively quickly moved to an option. So it's
so you can put in Claude 3.7 Sonnet, which everyone loves.
Yes, and I think actually recently, you know, I think I was reading this morning, but GitHub announced like, okay, for these particular features, we're going to go with Anthropic only, like these particular backend features. So it's clear, like, their GitHub is not locked into one model provider. I think what Cursor, Windsurf, and others have done is just create different product experiences. And obviously, GitHub Copilot is still doing very well. But I think what this all has told me, and kind of back to your original question, was these markets are actually much bigger than we give them credit for. And so when I'm kind of sort of being pitched maybe a ridiculous TAM, sure, it's probably good to like verify that and really drill in on that. But I mean, we are in the world where now software can do work. And so you do have to kind of, you don't just get the sort of TAM being, okay, it's the, incumbent software spend. I think you have to also realize once the product gets that much better, people will want to buy more software and then also think about it as a work replacement. So you kind of get all these kind of bonus markets that, end up being just like this huge thing.
How do you process the tension between model providers kind of figuring out if they're wanting to end the own consumer or be a platform? I mean, the most obvious example was Windsurf didn't get immediate access to Anthropic's new models, which seems, I'm sure you can't comment on that specifically, or maybe you want to come in with put him in the hot seat. But yeah, it just feels like
just do it.
It feels like a very real tension that's gonna have to get resolved quickly because these are all big companies now, or at least the main players are big companies. There's billions of dollars of revenue on the line. And everybody's in a constant race to be at the edge.
You're right. I probably shouldn't say too much. I mean, what I will say, it's something that I think is going to have to be addressed in the next year or two. Like, I mean, I think it's just very clear that Cogent in particular is this market that everybody kind of wants to get into. I do ultimately think that I'd be shocked if in a year or two we don't see Cogent products that are both, synchronous. So like assistant, I can talk to it, and from the same interface, I can delegate task. I just think that is something that a lot of people are building towards. It's like there isn't a great experience today that kind of has both. At least, sort of a generalized both. But I mean, ultimately, like all of these companies are, I think, gonna in the sort of like even medium term come up against each other. And ultimately, what you want is sort of this distribution. And I think, all these companies too are realizing you also want the model, and you want to be able to, give yourself really favorable economics. So yeah, it's going to be a super exciting, even, probably 6 to 12 months, I imagine.
So legal, the sort of legal AI space has been heating up. Kind of a weird, interesting comp. In many ways, it felt like Cursor had like a ton of mind share, and then Windsurf just kind of exploded. People realized how quickly it was growing. At least that was my perception. And then Harvey similarly has been more in the sort of Cursor bucket, and that like tons of attention, bunch of rounds back to back, and then Legora feels like it came out of nowhere, and they raised a big Series B this week. Do you have a kind of prediction or a take on what the next category to see these sort of battles play out? I'm sure you guys already have some bets in whatever category that is. But
she's already on the board of 4 companies that are going to dominate it. She's like,
the next 4 categories.
Actually, I had to jump to the board meeting and exactly what you just said.
Yeah. I'm very lucky in that, I mean, even before I joined, so I've only been at Kleiner Perkins for 2 years. And even before that, a lot of my partners made really great app investments. So for example, my partner Moon incubated Glean, which is now, kind of the enterprise knowledge discovery platform in this kind of new AI era. So certainly, like, we've got a lot of apps in the portfolio. I mean, Harvey, we did their Series B. Ambience, which is a medical scribe, also in the news recently. We did their seed and Series B. So, and then we have some investments in sort of sales AI as well. I work with this company Nooks, which has started with a power dialer that people really like and is now expanding into other parts of assisting salespeople with AI. I'd say like those categories, plus maybe add customer support, which we don't yet have kind of a generalized play in. Those are kind of like the battleground spaces. These are where it's going down right now. Like, it's clear the models work for the use cases. It's clear there's a giant prize at the end. And so you've got, inevitably a lot of companies competing for it. In general, especially with software, I think it's basically impossible to be the only company in your category.
Can you fund a company that will just pick up the phone when I get like a robo AI call that's like trying to do some social engineering hack or whatever, and just pick up the phone and waste their time really inexpensively? I feel like that's what I need.
There's definitely some cybersecurity companies out there.
Yeah,
I think I've actually been pitched one, and I would have to find the name, but yeah.
What do you think about competition from the hyperscalers? Obviously, Microsoft Build and Google I/O happened this week, and there's one narrative that's like, oh, so many startups are now just bullet points in a Google I/O keynote. But Ben Thompson wrote shortly after Google I/O that Google only cares about search, and they only win when it's directly impactful to search. And so you might, as a startup, not need to worry if you're doing something that's more in the labs or experimentation phase for Google, and Google is more just almost doing it as a demo of their platform, and then they really would be fine with another company just buying a bunch of TPUs on GCP and building a real company on top of their innovation. But how are you thinking about startups competing in these new AI markets with the legacy incumbents?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And it's something that I think about a lot. Just given, like, obviously, somebody like Google has giant advantages, distribution, money. I mean, Google literally created the, first Transformers paper. So, I mean, certainly it's something that whenever you're investing in an app company in particular, you need to, I think, at least think very deeply about what's the roadmap of all these companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, et cetera. I mean, certainly seems like sort of areas in search and sort of like social and prosumer that, seem like kind of the most under the microscope with these big companies. But, it wouldn't shock me if they tried to compete in some of the other app categories we talked about too. So
yeah,
in general though, startups, I like to bet on startups.
Yeah, of course.
I think focus is important. And then, I think if you move fast, if you're very strategic, there are a lot of good sort of like wedges you can sort of start with and then expand from there.
What about M&A markets in particular? I mean, my reaction to the Windsurf acquisition was, and it's going to be kind of hard for you to answer this, but was basically that, like, whoa, like maybe that whole meme of like, oh, don't build a ChatGPT wrapper or whatever. Maybe that was overblown. Maybe that there's going to be a lot of app layer companies that get scooped up. Obviously, OpenAI is moving very quickly, so they're kind of early to this, but you could imagine every hyperscaler needing application layer AI companies to slot in, especially if they've had distribution and they've actually scaled revenues and they have a really great team. And it feels like, unlike in the previous era, like 2010-ish, like the hyperscalers are more sclerotic than ever. It's been 15 extra years. They're less founder mode. And so I don't know what your read is on the M&A markets broadly, but how are you thinking about the hyperscalers' approach to staying on the leading edge of these AI application layer companies?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's important to remember, and I have to remind myself that ChatGPT is less than 3 years old, I think. So it's like, this is happening so fast. And so when you think about, like, I'm a hyperscaler and I see a market that is like makes sense for me strategically, is it really faster for me to go and try to build it internally? Or is it faster for me to find a really great startup, perhaps with expertise that I don't have, and maybe, you know, some other advantage, whether it's the product or the distribution or something else. And then, you know, explore partnership conversations with them. And so, I mean, you know, the one you know, acquisition I can talk about is a company that I worked with at Founders Fund and still on the board of Neon is partnering with Databricks.
Yeah.
Cool.
And it makes sense because it's like, you know, you've got this team of database infrastructure experts, and then you've got this company who clearly wants, you know, their customers to be able to realize the full potential of AI agents. And so you do need, you know, a database and memory for those agents. And so, you know, it's certainly now, you know, now I'm trying to think in my mind, like, oh, well, what are the other categories that hyperscalers might be looking in, and what makes the most sense for each one?
I mean, the big one to me that I'm trying to figure out is just video generation, which we had I wouldn't call it a Ghibli moment this week, but VO3 was close. Took a little bit. It just takes a lot more work, and it's harder to get a consistent quality output.
And there isn't a single meme where everyone, like the Ghibli thing was like, just take your profile picture, take your whatever's in your camera roll, 2 words, boom, 1 shots, and you have something cool. Yeah. With VO3, you have to be more creative with the prompt.
Well, yeah, and the interesting thing there is it's so easy to imagine in the future where consumers are using video generation tools daily, just for fun.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, there's some like consumers just like making memes on the internet. Then there's like kind of prosumer SMB. I'm going to make like an advertisement.
Yep.
And then there's the like Hollywood studio that's like, I'm going to make a movie or independent filmmaker. But where companies kind of fit into that, I can see a world in which hyperscalers are kind of dominating. Like Meta, for example, figures out a way to get really good at video generation because it fits into the Meta ecosystem, or YouTube, you know, with VO3. And I think that from my point of view, I can see some of these more independent foundation labs that are focused on video having to really move up market to actually dominate, because that feels like an area that like Google's not going to necessarily build the thing that creates the next blockbuster video.
Yeah.
But if you're competing for the prosumer SMB, like feels like a really tough place to compete purely from a cost standpoint and with YouTube or Google's sort of YouTube data advantage.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Any reactions to VO3 this week?
Oh, I mean, super cool. And we were playing around with it. My husband's a founder, and he was like trying to make this new video for something that they're developing internally. And oh my God, just insane. So it's really cool. And I mean, I kind of agree with some of the points that have been made, but then on the flip side, I will say, like, especially in video, there's so many really great models, and they excel at a variety of different things. And so if you're like kind of a third, you know, a startup that is not connected to, I mean, Google obviously is developing their own models. So if you're not connected to any one of the particular models, and you can offer like kind of a best in class, like, okay, you can pick from, you know, many of them, maybe that's an opportunity, or if you're in sort of like very, very specialized. So I mean, generally still optimistic, just kind of given at this point, there's not, in my opinion, a ton of platform risk. You've got so many of the hyperscalers and labs like that are, you know, both closed and open source offering these types of models.
Yeah, very cool. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. We'd love to have you back. This is fantastic.
Yeah, this is great. Thanks, guys.
Super fun.
All right. Bye. See you later.
Really quickly, let me tell you about. She has
been on an absolute tear.
Yeah.
We barely got to Neon.
Insane.
Another $1 billion acquisition.
Fantastic. But really quickly, let me tell you about Figma. Think bigger, build faster. Figma helps design and development teams build great products together. Get started for free at figma.com. Redesign how you design. Explore your ideas
TBPN.
freely and iterate quickly. Let's also tell you about Vanta. Automate compliance, manage risk, prove trust continuously. Vanta's trust management platform takes the manual work out of your security and compliance process and replaces it with continuous automation, whether you're pursuing your first framework or managing a complex program. Go to vanta.com to get started.
Thank you to Vanta.
Thank you to Vanta. Anyway, we have our next guest coming in, Stephen from Lambda Labs. We've had Lambda School on. We're waiting for Stephen.
Should we hit some timeline?
Yeah, let's hit some timeline. Did you see Yohei? Pocket is shutting down, and so this
We need a sound
creator, basically.
We need a soundboard that says "moment of silence."
Yeah, Vibe coded a quick, free, open source prototype with some AI features called Keep Yard. It still has issues, but I challenged myself to push this in one night. I thought this was very cool. I've been joking about we need someone to vibe code a new Google Reader since that was such a popular product. It should just be out there, and it's already starting to happen with replacements for Pocket. And it seems like Steven's in the studio, so let's bring him in and talk about Lambda. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Welcome.
Doing great. How are you?
Thanks
great
for
to have
having me
you
on. It's good to see you.
Looking fantastic, by the way.
Thank you for wearing a suit.
You know,
Thank you.
Naturally, I guess when in Rome, but
Yeah.
that said, this is how everyone in Silicon Valley should dress.
I agree. I
agree.
agree.
We agree. You're
Are
just
you
ahead of the curve.
in Silicon Valley right now? Can you give us a little
drinking a monster.
introduction?
Drinking a monster.
This
Let's
is
go.
So on brand. It's amazing.
So I'm actually in my hometown of Charlotte, Vermont.
Oh,
It's where I grew up.
Yeah.
And it's where I live.
Great.
And just got back from landed this morning from
Cool.
SF.
Nice.
How would you describe the business these days? I know that.
Well, first we got to
please.
talk about the AI scene in Vermont.
Oh yeah.
Picking up.
Big?
Big.
Yeah, I'd say that there's like one or two companies. There's a lot of I'd say independent-minded founders out here. But generally speaking, I'd say it's more of a farming.
Yeah, my little brother who's not in tech
Vermont?
went to college in Vermont and just stayed. I've tried to get him to come back forever. He's committed to the great state of Vermont. But
Well, let's introduce him to Masayoshi Son, and maybe he gets started with building an AI company out there.
it could happen.
It could happen.
It's not off the table.
So yeah, brief introduction. How would you introduce the company? How are you describing the different offerings and kind of challenges right now?
Yeah, so Lambda is an AI cloud.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially really massive GPU cluster that all kinds of startups and hyperscalers use.
Yeah.
And we've both sort of invested a ton of work. It's basically around $1 billion worth of GPUs that we've deployed.
Wow.
And we've invested, at this point, probably around $100 million into the virtualization software that allows us to essentially take that massive cluster of GPUs. So you can imagine taking a cluster, let's say 16,000 GPUs, and you can sort of dynamically partition it and hand out little slices to people, on as little as a 15-minute basis. And it's quite different from, let's say, a bare metal cloud where you need to sign a 3-year contract. We've basically implemented all this virtualization software that lets you hotel on and off of it, while still, maintaining high speed InfiniBand interconnect.
You did the meme. Another $1 billion for Jensen.
How many $1 billion for Jensen?
Is it actually primarily NVIDIA chips, or are there other GPU providers that are competitive at this point? I've been following George Hotz's journey with AMD. Yeah. Is anything competitive with NVIDIA right now from your perspective?
I don't think that there's anything that's competitive with NVIDIA right now.
Yeah.
What you just see in the customer demand is total and utter NVIDIA supremacy.
Yeah.
And I think that this is going to continue on for some time. The test I always like to say is you've got to get a customer. They've got to be able to download kind of any arbitrary model off of Hugging Face, run that model, train the model, fine tune the model. And then they have to buy from you and then buy again. Right, so that's the test, I think, for any chip manufacturer, and it's really hard to get a stable software stack.
Do you like the term neocloud? Is that appropriate?
I think it's fine. I don't really have any opinion on it. We kind of look at ourselves as, we've always described Lambda as what would the cloud look like if it was reinvented from the ground up for AI?
Mm-hmm.
Training and inferencing large language models, training and inferencing large scale neural networks.
Yeah.
And I think that NeoCloud's an appropriate description for that concept.
What is the balance between training and inference right now, and how has that evolved over the last couple years?
Yeah, so we're for the overall business, we're just a bit over $500 million of top line revenue, and I'd say that essentially,
congratulations.
Thank you. Essentially, historically, that's been majority training, and then sort of minority interest. Maybe 80-20 for training to inference.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've started to see that kind of switch over.
Mm-hmm.
I would generally say that when I see any sort of net new deal in the space for large scale GPU capacity, it tends to be more inference driven these days.
Sure. It's great. We're actually using the models. It's not just training bigger models with no. I mean, we saw that at Google I/O. Sundar Pichai pulled up the chart of tokens generated, and it's just completely up and to the right.
It's completely up and to the right. I mean, training is always going to be something where you do it once, and the whole point of training is that you want to amortize that over as many tokens as possible, right? Because that's just your fixed cost that you're wanting to spread across as many generations as possible. And so that's the point. The point of training is inference. We're there. I always kind of look at this as I always like to sort AI companies by revenue and just go, okay, well, who's at the top? Probably like OpenAI today, 4 billion, 5 billion. It's a little bit hard to, to
clock it
to exactly guess. But then, next one down, you kind of look, Anthropic, 800 million last published, mostly developer API, but probably fast growing. I would imagine they're probably in the billions now because Sonnet 3.7 was really good for code generation.
Yep.
Google doesn't seem to be charging, from what I can tell.
They're charging me $250 a month now just to
it'll pop up to 500 too.
So they're getting my money.
What are they charging for 250?
So I am now on the Gemini Ultra plan.
Okay.
And I have 2.5 Pro preview, and then I also have access to VO3, but it's very limited. They can only generate 2 or 3 video clips per day. It's heavily throttled, but it's a $250 a month plan right now, and it's going to jump up to $500 a month in a few months. So I imagine that across Gemini Pro subscriptions, they're probably going to grow that pretty quickly, just because I'm seeing the number of 5-star reviews.
Zero to $1 billion in
100%
in a couple of weeks, right?
Absolutely.
And so when you kind of do that breakdown, what do we see in terms of like total top line revenue? It's all inference, right? I mean,
totally.
all of that is inference demand, whether it's image or chat GPT or video generation. And then, Midjourney's probably, in the hundreds of millions of dollars revenue run rate. And so there's some substantial businesses that are being built right now. And,
what are some kind of narrative? What are some narrative violations, things that you feel like the broader ecosystem is getting wrong right now, given you guys have unique insight into actual usage and activity?
Yeah. Okay. So the first one is just obviously, I think if you look back, there was that Sequoia Think Boy piece that was published on where's the where's the AI revenue? What's
sure.
They sort of did that. There's a lot wrong with that analysis. So I don't need to go into that, but I'd say the general pessimism of oh, it's a bubble, it's a bubble, it's a bubble.
Yeah.
I just remember, I started Lambda in 2012. 2013 was the year that Mark Zuckerberg went to Neuralink and hired Jan LeCun to start Facebook AI research at the time. And I just remember everybody in the field kind of at the time looking around, oh, is it a bubble? Google's just bought DeepMind and Facebook's buying Jan LeCun. So it must be a bubble because because Mark Zuckerberg just came to NeurIPS. But I think that in general, everybody underestimates how just what exponential growth looks like from, it always looks the same in the same, wherever you are, it always looks essentially the same. And how good the code generation has gotten over the last 90 days, right? If you were to flip back before January, state of the art for code generation was 4.0, and then 0.01 hadn't even, I think, been exactly released yet. With 0.1, 0.4, Claude Sonnet 3.5, 3.7, all this stuff, the code generation is getting so good that I think I can say here, which is, in a couple of years, you're just going to have a function that goes from cache into software. And that is going to completely change the way that businesses operate, because, you're going to spin up 500 different versions of the piece of software that you're searching for. You're going to be able to do this sort of like high throughput search through software space. And it's going to spit out a bunch of things. It's going to have like maybe a tastemaker model that just rates it based off of, the computer use compiled version of that software. And say, hey, well, these are all the source code bases for all 500 pieces of software. These are the top 5. I'd recommend you launch this one. Go for it. And I think that's going to really change the way that the world operates in technology.
So should you learn to code if you're a teenager?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you still need to learn how to code. I don't see, I think it's really hard to, in the intermediate period, you're still going to need to learn how to code.
Sure.
I think that you're just going to see just much higher leverage teams in the world, right?
Yeah, you might always need to think like a programmer, and so learning to code is part of that process. That makes sense. What about the evolution of chips and semis?
Before we dive into that,
sure.
I feel like there's this general thesis that sort of we've talked about this on the show, this idea of like we call it like Jiro dreams of sushi software, right? This like really craft,
more art than science.
Art and science, like super intentionally built software that is just, super, super thoughtful. And you can see this in companies that like maybe go after a category like CRM, where it's like, okay, Salesforce dominates CRM, but they come in and they build this sort of really beautiful, really thoughtful experience. And typically, if the teams are good enough, they'll end up doing well. I think there's this sense that like that class of software is like safe from completely AI generated software. But in the scenario you laid out, where you generate 500 different variations of a potential tool that you'd use, and it sort of automatically ranks it based on some taste driven benchmark, is it possible that class of software is at extreme risk to disruption as well?
Yeah, certainly. I think anything that's just software is at extreme risk. Look at a business like Salesforce, right? It's almost as if, how important is the software? How important is the brand? How important is the distribution model? And I think that when you look, the bigger the company gets, the more important the latter become. The distribution model, the brand of the company, how deeply embedded it is inside of the day-to-day life of the customer that's using it. And it's sort of like, well, what is the value of Salesforce? Is it the software? No, not at all. The value of Salesforce is the fact that every single company in the world, the first thing they do when they hire a VP of sales is like make sure they have a Salesforce implementation, and then it sticks with the company until they're a S&P 500 component, and then all of the company's data is in Salesforce, right? Yeah. Does that have anything to do with the software that Salesforce has written? Is that anything? Does the moat have anything to do with the replacement cost of developing the software?
Crowd app.
Yeah.
No. Right. So it's kind of interesting because like stuff like software will be solved, but then stuff like how do you build moat and how do you build a business won't be solved. So it's sort of like maybe just, this is we're in the world for just the business co-founder dominates.
Wow.
The era of the ideas guy. The era of the ideas guy is upon us.
Yeah,
That's
the golden
amazing.
yeah,
retriever.
that would be really exciting. For
Okay,
everybody.
I want to talk more specifically about the path to this future of like turning money into software and creating value that way. What is more important? Just bigger training runs, knocking down higher MMLU numbers, benchmarks, higher IQ points versus distilling models, faster inference, cheaper inference, baking some of these models down into silicon, what we're seeing with etched and putting the transformer architecture on a chip. They seem like two different vectors. Every time a new model comes out, my reaction is always like, well, this is good enough. I just want it to be faster. And so Midjourney V6 or whatever, I'm usually just like, yeah, I just love this to be instantaneous. As soon as I type the words, it's just generating in milliseconds. At the same time, the labs seem to be iterating towards bigger and better models, and they have a mentality of like jobs not finished. But what's your take on those on the trade-offs there?
Well, what we're seeing with the advent of reasoning models, as well as like the models that basically will do reasoning and then sort of like retrain the model to not do any reasoning, but sort of baking in the reasoning, is that the amount of compute that the performance improves as a function of how much runtime compute you do.
Yeah.
And so if you can make a faster model and you can reason faster about it, you could make an argument that actually might perform better in some circumstances. I think that we're going to see all dimensions of that space explored by a variety of companies. There will be people out there at the edge building the biggest frontier models. There will be people quantizing and distilling those models down to something that runs locally on your phone. That was actually kind of one of the things I did before this iteration of where Lambda is. It was sort of train convnets that ran locally on the iPhone.
Oh, wow.
And this is like 2013, and you kind of see the same thing. There's use cases for that. It's super useful. You can have privacy preserving image recognition on your phone. But it's not going to be the same quality as like something that goes back to a data center. I think actually if there's one narrative violation, just going back to, you said this like world of software generation. A lot of people are kind of stuck in this like, okay, AI is generating software. And I've got this entire, I think, thesis on where the future where we're going, you won't need any software at all, and that the neural network is going to completely replace all of the software. And so let me walk you through this. The idea is that instead of generating a program, let's say a calculator or an Excel spreadsheet, just go to ChatGPT and say, hi, please behave like a program. Please behave like this calculator or behave like this spreadsheet. Generate an ASCII user interface for me. And I want you to essentially just respond, implement the logic of that program in your mind. And that is what I call neural software. And it's really squishy. Normal software is really brittle, right? If you make a typo, you leave a keyword out, you miss a semicolon, it's not going to compile. This type of neural software, it's not really possible to have a bug. It's really more just that you've have a misunderstanding or you've misprompted it or something. And I think that that's where all of this is going. It's not code generation, but it's going to be your large language models are going to be, sort of take over more and more of program space. And you will be largely interacting with these sort of transformer models or next, token, prediction models generally, and they will be the software that you interact with.
What about diffusion models? We saw Google bring diffusion to text models. I was seeing something like 900 tokens per second. They generated, I saw a demo where someone generated a full calendar application, all the code for the calendar application in 3 seconds. It was 3,000 tokens or something like that. That feels like an algorithm from image generation that now we're seeing in the text world. Simultaneously, we're seeing images in ChatGPT maybe do something more transformer or token based. And so these lines are blurring. Can you give us any insight into what's happening there? Or is that exciting, or is this kind of just in the experimental phase?
Well, I mean, this is like, if it's, whether it's exciting or not is going to kind of answer the question you had earlier, which is how successful are baked in transformer ASICs going to be, right?
Sure.
Because sort of like as the underlying space changes, then every one of those sort of ASICs now becomes a lot less valuable. And you kind of have to go back to the more general tensor processing that you see inside of tensor cores and you see inside of the architecture of like things like TPUs, and away from, really specific things that have to do with like the KV cache and different transformer specific architectural things you might want to put into an ASIC. And so I think that it's interesting to see. You've got diffusion models, you've got things like Mamba, and where there's alternatives to the transformer that have what's called basically linear complexity in terms of the amount of memory that you need for the context length growing, which is better than the quadratic complexity you see inside of normal transformer models. And I think there's going to continue to be a lot of innovation in the model architecture space. And that will probably benefit NVIDIA a lot.
Got it. Are there any other side projects in semiconductors that are exciting to you? Huge wafer scale computing like Cerebras. We talked a little bit about baking things down onto ASICs. We saw that path play out with Bitcoin, with the FPGAs, and then the ASIC kind of Bitcoin mining. There's other approaches, and I'm sure NVIDIA is not asleep at the wheel. Jensen Huang's in founder mode. He's aware of the boom. He's aware of the demand. I'm sure people are asking him, how can we run diffusion models faster? How can we run transformer models faster? What are you expecting on the semiconductor side over the next few years?
Well, it's pretty clear that I'd say the front runners for competing with NVIDIA, which are all very far behind NVIDIA, but the ones that are sort of, I think, the farthest along is probably, I would say today, is Google, and to some extent Amazon with Trainium and Inferentia. That space is always evolving fast, but I think it's kind of a little bit telling that AMD hasn't, with all the resources, with all the sort of clarity on what you're supposed to build for the market, hasn't been able to kind of capture enough market share.
Dylan Patel's going to turn it around. He's going to write just one more report and AMD is going to be back. I'm bullish.
That's all it takes. All it takes.
I love it. But in terms of, can you give us a little perspective on obviously if I'm doing a ton of inference on Lambda, I'm probably in the CUDA ecosystem, probably in NVIDIA land. If I want to take that over to Amazon or Google with TPUs, how much of a barrier really is that? Can you kind of explain? Because at the same time, we have these incredible code generation models. It feels like putting an AI agent on rewrite this CUDA for TPU, that seems like the easiest thing to do. It seems like a problem perfectly tailor-made for AI agents to just sit there and write boring translation code. It's not even feature design, right?
Wasn't that in the TL where someone was making a joke about the Anthropic safety snitching on the user, and someone said, port this PyTorch code over to JAX, and then it says, searching, calling FBI.
Calling
hotline.
FBI, do not do this. You're gonna pull the rug on the entire economy. If you do
preserving the underlying chips that it's running on.
It's so important to America.
So I think that okay, the stuff that this code generation is really good at today is sort of what I would call within the realm of what, one-shot a basic program, one-shotting sort of a one-page program, or it can be much longer than one page, but it's sort of like single file.
Yeah, or a function, or a class, something like that. Not necessarily something that's robust.
Maybe I'm just behind on it a little bit, and I'm not, doing what the kids are doing or something with sort of an AI IDE. But I just kind of like when I'm vibe coding, I will just tell either ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude, I'll go, do this in one page, like have it be a one thing. I want to copy and paste this into my thing and run it. And it's quite good at that. Now, when you talk about like going through an entire code base, fixing the compilation errors, because there will be like subtle bugs that get introduced, it's not quite there yet. Yeah, it's just the problem is that I now am at like 100% confidence that it is going to be there in just a couple of years, and that's kind of why I know that every sort of megawatt that we build and every GPU that we deploy is just going to get met with demand on the other side, because just 2 years out, like if you just look 2 years ago, 2023, code generation was primitive. Yeah, primitive. It didn't work. Now today it really works for more simple programs. I think 2 years from now it's just gonna make you feel sick when you look at it.
So what are the big bottlenecks you foresee between like energy, water, land? Are you going to be building a data center in space? What do you think in the future looks like for you?
So I think that the bottleneck is definitely what I call like wrapped power. So I think there's plenty of generated power. Right now, it's just not wrapped up in a data center shell. It's not in a powered shell. It's not in a facility that has direct-to-chip liquid cooling integrated into it. And so it's sort of like that wrapped up power that's like ready for the current generation and next generation of chips. I think that there's definitely some like regulatory bottlenecks, or I would just say regulatory hurdles that can be removed. And I think there's a lot of hope that this administration is going to start to remove those. That's like, whether it's like looking at sort of the way that we run utilities, where you kind of have to, in some cases, become an unregulated utility and put like, let's say, build a data center power plant, which is to say behind the grid or not attached to the grid, power generation station next to a data center. And not every state's going to allow that. And I think that there's probably a lot to do in the regulatory side to unleash the free market and let people build. And so I think that I think there's some hope there. And the other thing is just really, I think, building large contiguous spaces is pretty clearly the answer, in my opinion.
Well, good luck with that. I'm glad I don't have to deal with it. But
it's a lot of logistics. It's a real pain.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of work, but you've been doing it for 14, 13 years.
Yeah,
so
classic
I'm sure you got
overnight
another
success.
decade in you at least. So good luck to you.
Yeah,
we'd love to have you back on. This is a fantastic
come back
conversation.
on again soon.
Thanks, guys.
So many fun.
Love what you do. Long time fan.
I didn't
awesome. Clock you as a monster guy too. We got to go deeper on energy drinks.
Yeah,
next
there's
time.
so much to talk about.
Lots to talk about.
But this is fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on.
We'll talk
to you
Great
soon.
chatting. Cheers.
Quickly, let me tell you about Numeral. Sales tax on autopilot. Spend less than 5 minutes
Sales
per
tax
month
AGI.
on sales tax compliance.
Should we sing sales tax AGI?
Sales tax AGI. Go get Numeral. Head over to numeralhq.com.
How'd you sleep last night, John?
Terrible. I woke up at 4 a.m. It was a disaster. I know I'm gonna get cooked, but you don't have to be cooked because you can go to 8sleep.com.
Use code TBPN.
I got a 76. It was brutal. Ugh.
99. I can't get
99.
I'm back to back 99s. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
And then also we got to tell the folks about public.com investing for those who take it seriously. They got multi-asset investing, industry-leading yields. They're trusted by
Let's give it up for
folks.
multi-asset investing.
Yep. And in their partnership with Aston Martin, which we might have more information on soon. But stay tuned.
I cannot wait.
We got Sam Lessin coming in the Temple of Technology very quickly. Do you want to do some timeline while we wait for him? Is he here?
You know I love timeline, John.
Dwarkesh Patel dropped a banger on Claude 4 Day. He sat down with Trenton Bricken and Shelto Douglas talking about Claude 4, how far reinforcement learning can scale. I haven't had a chance to listen to the whole thing. I listened to about half of it, kind of in and out while I was trying to sleep last night. But I mean, just a very cool vibe of like 3 people having a conversation right on the day when you want to know this stuff, talking all about this fascinating metaphor for AI safety, because it's just been controversial. Of course, there's like some drama around some random Anthropic news, but the cool thing that I liked was they said, basically, if you want to tell the AGI what to do and how to behave in the best interest of humanity, you could give it specific rules, but it might actually be better to say, imagine there's an envelope, AGI, and in that envelope is what I want you to do, all the rules I want you to follow. You can't access this envelope, but you have to behave in accordance to what you imagine to be in this envelope. And so the AGI is just like, I have to behave in the interest of humanity. It was a cool like thought experiment almost. But it was very cool. Anyway, Patrick O'Shaughnessy was shouting it out. He says one of his favorite genres of podcasts is recurrent expert guests on the same show. If you're interested in the nitty gritty of AI model progression, you'll enjoy this. So go check that show out this weekend. It's a great listen. And we have Sam Lessin from Slow Ventures in the studio. Welcome to the studio, Sam.
Gentlemen.
There he is.
It's Jessica Lessin's husband. Put it on the
camera. In the flesh.
I saw her like literally minutes ago. That's how
No
famous
way.
I am.
Tell her to come by at least and say hi if she's not busy.
Yeah.
She's busy this moment, but
Okay,
you know,
well,
maybe later.
Yeah, well, we got 30 minutes.
We got the crossover of the century. TBPN, the information. It dropped today. It was great.
I love that. Yeah, I knew about the development of that story from dinner conversations.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh, I bet. Abe is the man.
Yeah.
There you go.
It was fun hanging out with him and
kind of the Seymour.
Wait, so
Hersh
are you
tech.
guys are the cover of the weekend section? Is that right?
We are.
The big read.
Are you guys going to do
read.
a print edition for us?
That's coveted space.
It
I
is.
always thought that they should actually do a print edition. I think it's time.
No,
Everything goes in a cycle.
I got the Wall Street Journal here. I need.
Yeah,
the
it really-
information.
I know.
need
I was
the-
a once weekly
be so good.
Saturday dropped off on the doorsteps of every
100%. I
home.
would like
$5,000
hire
in
the
a shoe?
kids to like deliver it with the throwing it out the window.
Yeah.
Look, I was in an airport lounge in Germany 2 days ago, and they had all the print newspapers. And I'm like, look, there's a missing opportunity here. The Germans want to read about the information. They want to read about technology, brothers.
Yeah. Of course.
Let's get it to him.
You guys are big in Germany, I'm sure.
Well, somebody started translating our streams into Dutch,
which
and
was interesting.
they're doing other
We've been
things.
That doesn't
translating
seem
to
like
a
the
few
first
things.
choice. Like, don't you
No.
want like Mandarin or something?
I
Like
think
Dutch
there's just
doesn't
a
seem
Yeah,
like
Dutch
your
we're
number
trying to
one.
get we're trying to get big on Weibo.
Yeah,
know?
that's
Yeah.
next. Yeah.
But we're expecting to have some
pushback.
some pushback. Anyways, it's great to have you on as
Always
always.
fun. Congrats on all your success. You guys are everywhere. This isn't the new studio yet, though.
Well, you're
No,
a part
not
of
yet.
it. You're
Next
a part
week.
of you're a part of that.
You have to
success.
come down next time you're in LA. Come by in person. It'd be
I'll
great.
come by in
Yeah,
person sometime. Why
Tuesday
not?
will be the first show.
Yeah.
It's a lot
person.
closer than Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's there?
Is that the new Netflix?
The NBC.
Oh,
You can't make this whole CNBC rival thing and not know where CNBC is.
Everyone always says
you see?
like Andrew Reid was like, oh, they're making Squawk Box for tech, and I was like, gotta start watching Squawk Boxing.
Netflix.
I guess we're
Netflix
inspired
is
by all these
also
things that I
Netflix
don't
has a new
watch.
$1 billion New Jersey
Okay.
studio.
Maybe
which would be
some New
interesting.
Jersey, and maybe we're taking the fight to New Jersey in the future. We'll see.
LA is fine.
Where were you?
Yeah,
Where
Alex,
were you traveling this week?
I went.
I'll be
I've had an insane travel schedule, but I was Monday. I was New York, Frankfurt, New York, San Francisco was my week.
What's going on in Germany?
Germany was a personal thing I had to take care of, but New York was the Solana acceleration. What is it? The Solana big Solana conference, which they call,
nice.
which is ship or die. Very dramatic branding.
Nice. You're infamous there, right? The GM guy. Do you still get comments on that?
You know, I saw Raj backstage. You know, I was one of Solana's first investors. I like my Jason Calacanis. I was the first investor in Uber. It was like I do that for Solana, right? And so you know, I've known those guys for a long time. And I saw Raj backstage. We were reminiscing when I did the GM thing, which became one of the first meme coins and blew up, and
Yeah.
if you remember, it got Raj banned.
No, I know. I know. That was
From
crazy.
Twitter.
It was
So
such
he and
a
I
funny.
were
It was
joking
such-
about that.
Yeah, this was like Twitter still, right? So it was like somebody
Yeah.
at Twitter was like, didn't get the joke, obviously didn't have context that like you guys are boys and just
Yeah.
hit the
so
ban button.
the thing is, I unfortunately have other people on Twitter legitimately threaten to kill me, which that's not so good. You got to get that taken down. But the Raj was a pretty funny one for them to respond so quickly to.
Yeah, quick reaction. There's so much to cover in
It's
the news.
AI week.
It's AI week.
Isn't it every week AI week, boys?
No, but
this
this
one was
week-
particularly AI week
Because
because
of
we
I/O.
got Microsoft
Because of
Build,
Ivy.
Google I/O, OpenAI I/O, Anthropic. A big. Are you taking a victory lap on the idea that this is a sustaining innovation that Google's going to
You
win?
know, you guys actually, I'll tell you a funny anecdote.
Yeah.
You guys know my associate Jack Rains. You know this guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're
Jack's sitting. He's right over there.
Okay.
Jack, he can come wave for a second.
Hey,
So
Jack, come say hi.
Jack sends me this long missive this week about how amazing Google is and how Google is going to win the AI wars.
What's up, dude?
And I'm like, what value are you adding? I've been saying this for 2 years. I'm like, thank you. I'm like,
I wanted to check out all the little Google.
I was like,
Google's
Jack, you know, you're an associate at an early stage venture capital fund. Telling us to buy Google stock is not exactly.
Hey,
and
you guys, I want to see Slow as the next crossover.
Yeah, crossover.
Let's
Become
put-
an RIA.
put
do
30%
it.
of
we
the
will
fund.
never. We've actually looked into it. It's definitely not a thing we will ever do.
No, I mean, the my favorite comparison. I forget who posted it, but they were like, do you want Google at 17 times earnings or Costco at 50 times earnings, like at this moment, at this AI
guys,
inflection
on-
point?
Sure.
Post.
Actually,
Look, here's the negative on IO. The negative on IO is that, per usual, Google's actually terrible at marketing, right? And so they just launch everything, and so you're like, I have no idea even where to focus right now, right? Like it's not.
my value comes in figuring out.
Thanks, Chad.
Focus on generative AI videos. VO3,
Anyway,
that's the thing.
It's like so many things. You're like, I don't know,
I
but
know.
the net of it is like they're just crushing it, right? Like from a tech perspective. And I gotta say, I'll tell you a funny story. I spent like 20 hours, quote unquote, vibe coding over the last week because I was on so many airplanes. And it turns out airplane Wi-Fi, vibe coding, perfect match of activity. So I just
Yeah.
was like messing with these things till my eyes bled. And you know what happened in hour 11?
What?
I stopped using ChatGPT and went all in on Gemini because it's actually better. 2.5 Pro is just like way better at a bunch of these coding tasks. It's better at structuring. There's like a bunch of stuff. So I think it was absolutely a Google week.
But we're using Codex.
No, I wasn't using Codex.
Oh,
I
there you
was.
go.
See, well, then, like,
There's always
This is a
there's
skill
always another
issue.
tool. Look, this is one of my other insights from the week. Spending a week, literally flying around the country, vibe coding in the air.
Yeah.
Is the whole what model to use thing is a complete fucking mess, right? And I think the analogy I now have in my head is it's kind of like, imagine walking into a crowded room where you don't know anyone and saying, who should I trust, right? And then, by the way, every 2 seconds a new person pops into the room. People are like, oh,
or you can trust this person 95% of the time. You can't trust them with your life,
that's a totally separate train of thought, which I think is important. I was talking to some entrepreneurs today about, if you think about what AI is today, it's like having it a B- employee or like an 80%er. And the question is, how do you get value out of 80%ers is actually more difficult than it looks in a lot of ways, right? Because the reality is so much of work is about trusting
But isn't
someone.
it more their B- because you're averaging their effectiveness on different things? In my experience, it's like for certain tasks, it's like 80-90% of the time it's amazing, and then some percentage of the time it's so bad that you would ask the employee, is everything okay? Like
But I think the thing I really think about, guys, is, if you think, people are always like, oh, there are all these tasks that AI is more efficient at, and so clearly those jobs will just go away and it'll be it. And I think that's like exactly the wrong model, because the reality, what people don't understand is the real reason you hire people to do work is not to do the work. it's to have a throat to choke when the work goes badly, right? It's like, why do you have an accountant? You don't have an accountant to do your taxes. You have an accountant so that when the IRS comes and says, what's wrong with why did you get this wrong? You're like, I didn't do it, that guy did it, right? And so I think that's the interesting thing is like, there's all these models like, great, good news, you get rid of the employee, now you get a queue that's mostly right and you approve, and you're like, I don't want to approve that stuff. Like the whole point is to have someone else.
Yeah, I think our example is like, we use a lot of the different deep research products, and like we still would love to hire an amazing researcher.
Yeah, so that you can fire them when they're wrong, right? Like you need like it's just the point is like there's this whole I think there's a lot of like nuance.
Well, it's an agency thing too. It's like if you could tell deep research to like try itself and then try other products and then combine the outputs of all the different things, and maybe that's a research agent that can
there's all these things. But I think the ultimate model in my mind is I don't even care what the average persons are using. I don't care about some review online that's 4 stars for coding for this type of I don't care. What I care about is what are the smartest people I know in the world using, and like how do you make that transparent so I can just be like, oh, it's this type of task, I'm gonna trust this model for that, and like that needs to be up to date. It's much more of like an identity problem or like a human trust problem, right, than it is a technology problem in a lot of ways, and it's just changing really fast. So it's been a fascinating week. But net, I mean, pulling all the way up, yes, I'm taking a victory lap on Google wins, and yes, I'm taking a victory lap on incumbents win, because that's what's happening.
So you're saying to Jack, like, thanks for reading my memo from 2 years ago?
Yeah, exactly. Well, in fairness to Jack, he wasn't on the team 2 years ago.
Yeah,
he was very excited to discover a notebook L, but
love you, Jack.
We gotta get him out of the pool house. Anyway,
I want to talk about some other stuff. What do you think about the Johnny Ive news and hardware generally?
I mean, where to begin?
I know. This is my favorite part of having you on the show. We don't have to prompt at all. We just like we could give you 3 words: Johnny Ive hardware.
Well, okay, a few things. First of all, I mean, my tweet on this when it was happening was like, well, I guess all these $100 million AI researchers are cheap, right? It's the designers that are going to get paid bank on acqui-hires in this era, right? Look, I think it was marketed in a really interesting way, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's marketed as like they tried to pick the biggest number possible. It's a 2%. They paid 2% for this thing, right? For him, they marketed as it's this big number. I think because it's kind of the pissing match of AI, right? Is you're supposed to look really big and powerful with big number. And I'm sure Johnny doesn't mind being told that he's worth $6 billion, but like, it's kind of one of those interesting PR stories of like how you shape the narrative as much as anything else. The hardware thing is interesting. Like on one hand, I actually think it's like, if you're OpenAI, you do need a hardware play. You're gonna get fucked otherwise, right? Like how Meta discovered this years ago, which is like being beholden to other people's hardware is really tough, right? In this case, it's only more so, right? Because of kind of the way these chips are gonna fall with Android and iOS. So I don't think they're wrong. And like Meta's got its glasses. So like it's not strategically wrong from first principles. I think the problem is I just think that like the likelihood they're gonna successfully introduce a new piece of hardware is like 0, right? Like, and that's just, it's, you're going to have a phone and they could try to compete on the phone, but it's very hard for them to imagine building like a fully featured phone that, whatever. And then also having something that's so
well, the one thing that does seem clear, haven't they said this is a new type of device that will integrate with your phone and your computer? And that screams to me, okay, well, is app? Yeah. I said septum piercing. Where
I saw that.
Wearable.
Well, my take was eCane. Did you see eCane? So when I left in 2014.
No, but sorry to finish my thought. The issue with that is if you're saying we're going to create a new device that integrates with your Apple ecosystem, that seems like a bit of a uphill battle. Look what happened to Pebble, right, and the Apple Watch, right?
In the end of the day, it's like, look, you have the iPhone is a hugely breakthrough device. This is, by the way, not my line; it's a friend's line. But like, hugely breakthrough device. You already had a phone, right? It wasn't like a new thing you were putting on your body. The glasses work. That's a thing that was already on your body. The watch work. It's a thing
Headphones,
that you're not.
Same thing.
It's really hard to imagine you're gonna get through with some new device. So my joke, but it's only half a joke, is look, 12 years ago, I got obsessed with the idea of making an e-cane. So imagine like bringing back the cane, right?
That's what you meant.
And
I had no idea what you meant.
Like Novocaine.
And if you think about the cane, it's
Wizard
actually you put a shitload of batteries in it.
Yeah.
big antenna, right? And you know what the nice part is, like, the world is getting less safe, so you can beat people with it. The world is aging, so like everyone needs canes.
Everyone
you know,
needs
like
canes.
there's all these like macro trends in favor of bringing back the cane. And then could you drop like a GPU and a microphone and a camera in the top and like talk to your cane
Smart
and like
cane.
Yeah, that's
smart cane.
smart cane.
smart cane.
No more dumb. I don't
if-
want to be pitched any more non-AI canes. Okay, I've had enough. Like,
I'm just saying, like, if they actually, if OpenAI came out and like we're bringing back the cane, I'd be
that'd
like,
be great.
all right, listen, for all my
stack.
shit
Well,
on this.
you know that Johnny Ive got his start at a design firm that was working on bathrooms, and so maybe there's all like smart toilet. You know,
Yeah, well, there
we've seen
is.
this in
Someone just
Japan.
came out. There is like a new Fitbit for your poop.
Okay.
I know some friends that have funded that. That's
Wait,
what I thing.
I funded that.
You funded that.
Yeah.
I know some people just funded that. I funded it.
It's called Throne.
I think
it's called Throne.
Throne,
I think it's interesting for a bunch of reasons. One is it's just like personally as like a quote unquote biohacker, there's so much information on how your digestion, what's happening with your digestion, your hydration, all these different things.
Look, in the end of the day, you want to copy behaviors people are already doing. And, in college, one of my roommates, Brian, would send me pictures of his poop all the time. So, like,
I don't like that at all.
you just got to double down.
Let's move on.
Brutal.
Let's move on.
Brutal.
Hyperscaler CapEx. Give us anything to get us off of this.
Well, here's
no,
my
no.
hyperscaler CapEx. Here's my line on it. I flew through JFK today. They're spending $20 billion renovating JFK.
Yeah.
I'm like, this CapEx is nothing. Spend more money on AI. Like, if you're going to spend $20 billion on like renovating JFK, all of a sudden spending $100 billion on AI doesn't seem so crazy.
What about say as much as you can about what Meta's playbook over the next kind of 6 to 12 months. I know they've been having talent, kind of retention.
Llama was the
Llama,
big
Behemoth, delayed.
Look, in the end of the day, I as you know, have huge respect for the team there and the leadership there. I think the beauty of Meta, as I've said many times, is it's a heads you win, tails you win, right? From a investor perspective, right? Which is, if you think about it, it's like the most obvious, highest value use case in the world for everything that exists is making ads way more targeted and effective, right? And that's happening, and it's an incredible trend to ride, and they're going to crush it. Mark and that team is like deeply competitive. They want to win-win-win, right? And so just from a pure competition perspective, I think they're going to like go to the mat to win-win-win. And like there'll be many chapters to that. But the good news is they have a massively profitable business and a immediate use case, right? That is deeply aligned. And so I learned a long time ago to never bet against Mark, especially when he cares about it.
Yeah, it feels like with Meta,
does.
there's huge value to having Llama be a free LLM for them that they can vend into every corner of the app, even in places the consumer doesn't feel or see. So profanity filtering and understanding what content goes where, ad matching, generative AI to clean up Instagram photos, all these things that will
Serving
just be
better
under the
content.
surface,
Yeah.
as opposed to what Google's doing, which is like, now we have 10 new apps, Notebook LM. Like we're not seeing that from Meta, and maybe that's the right strategy.
Look, in the end of the day, Meta has the most natural, beautiful use cases for AI, which is what you're pointing out. And therefore, like, they don't need to do a bunch of crazy shit, right?
Yeah.
They just need to like win at like the core. And then basically, again, the open source thing is clear. It's like they actually, think about ads. They don't really care if they're doing the AI or someone else's, because it's all going to go to them either way, right? In the end of the day, it's just better if more people have access to it and the innovation will happen. So look, one of the things I did in my vibe when I got really into like all the platforms, right? I spent a bunch of time. Remember DigitalOcean? DigitalOcean's doing a great job with AI, right?
No way.
It turns out like their services are really good. And like,
cool.
it was really easy to boot up some agents on top of like, a knowledge base on top
That's
of,
amazing. That's always the
an
worst
applet.
part is
Like,
like deploy. You write some code and you want to actually get it on a server. It's always still a hassle.
and it's
Now
like
it's
they've
not.
actually done a great job.
great.
I was like incredibly impressed. But like, and then you say like, where's Llama showing up? It's like, well, it's like right there. Like you just click a button and you're using Llama. And it's like no bullshit.
We got to get a killer video generation model out of Meta. Like they're the
how do
only
you
one
see
that
that-
has another data source
How
that's
do you
similar
see
to
that
YouTube.
market? How do you see that market evolving? There's a bunch of foundation model labs doing video generation, and I can see some of those getting to the point where they could crush it for big Hollywood movie studio, making very specific types of scenes or assets. But then it feels like the low end of the market for, if you're a random SMB, and you want to make an ad or something like that, yeah, maybe use some vertical SaaS, but also
I wonder
maybe...
how much it matters. I mean, like, I had this conversation actually with my good friend Dave Morin on our little weekly, bullshit session.
More or less.
More or less. We were talking about the fact
Dave
that
also somehow cracked like the top of the angel. There was like the
yeah,
top
he's
angel
number
investor
one.
list, and he was the top dog.
It's amazing.
So
well, let's stick on the AOL. We won't talk about
Hall.
the validity of that list. We'll talk about
yeah.
we could. But
I mean, I just like to see my boy Dave at
I
the
like
top.
to see. Look, my
I
boy
like lists.
Kevin. My partner Kevin was like number 4 on the list. It was a very interesting
Let's
list.
go.
But I wasn't on the list, but that's okay. But what I was gonna say is the thing Dave and I were talking about is like, look, if you think about what's going on like with memes, right, in this whole world, there's this like high road, low road thing. Everyone's really excited about like super high end video generation and Hollywood and da. You know what's happened in the media landscape? Those things don't make any money. No one cares about these movies anyway. Like they're consuming like low-end crowdsourced memes on the internet. Like that's where attention is. That's where the energy is. That's where entertainment is. And so I think obviously the pure technologists and like the highfalutin people are really excited about like the narrative storytelling, beautiful da. But when it comes to like what tools will actually be used, how things will be marketed, how humans will interact with each other and communicate in the store, I think actually it'll be much more budgety tools that actually win. And the other stuff is kind of just, intellectual, masturbation a little bit. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Like people
Speaking
should
of
do it.
that,
Like, from a business perspective.
Speaking of masturbation, why is OnlyFans getting priced at 8 times earnings?
I so desperately want to buy OnlyFans, guys. I've wanted to buy it for years. I had plans, like there's been a few iterations of this. No, it's so good. It's so good. And
I just
what do you have against OnlyFans?
I just
so good. Your reaction is part of the reason I want to buy it. Right?
No, you love the controversy.
The buyer pool is small, so the price is low.
Well, that's part of it. The other thing is everyone, because the buyers, it's actually the best AI short you could possibly think of, right? Because part of the reason it's getting sold, my understanding, and like the whole story is like, well, we're gonna have all these AI girlfriends, so like the creator economy is gonna get crushed on these things. And I think that is like a very 101 simplistic take on what's
the other thing is a lot of the cost that goes into basically generating revenue on OnlyFans is from messaging, which is done by people in the Philippines
and AI. So this is the thing. Everyone, the OpenAI is like the greatest human loop AI platform in existence, right? From a position, because I think you still need real brands. I think that having human brands matters at the top end. Your ability to then like effectively automate, it's kind of like the Facebook story, which is your ability to slot in AI and bank it right on messaging is like off the charts with OnlyFans and improve the quality. So I think it's interesting. I think it's like this classic thing where it's being sold. I've always loved the asset. It's the #1 creator platform in the world. It's so defensible because they actually have a very low take rate because they're so big. No one can assault them, right? Because of how they're kind of set up.
What's the take rate?
It's really low. I want to say it's like 10%, maybe 15, but it's like much lower than you think. And as a result, like you have this incredible cash engine.
I mean, YouTube's like 45%, and many other sites are 30% just for general content creation platforms.
So just the upshot is like this is incredible position. It's I think there are huge product opportunities. There always have been with it. But then you have this double storm of like, one, people like you guys boo it because you patrician technology brothers, right? Like, and you won't like acknowledge human nature and people want to do this. And then two, there's all these fancy investors who like think it's dead because they read the front page of the Wall Street Journal about AI and don't understand what's actually going on. I'm like, that's great. This is my zone.
Underpriced.
Yeah, I have no.
Well, you're gonna have to become an RIA to do it, probably. So good luck.
I got to figure out how to not do that. I also like, for what it's worth, I'm a seed investor. I don't know how to raise the $2 billion I need, but call me if you got it.
Well, speaking of seed investors, I don't know if you saw this chart from PitchBook. Emerging managers are on track to raise less money this year than they have in a decade.
That sounds right.
It's now under $20 billion. During 2021, it was up at $60 billion. It was really spiked. 2022 was around $50 billion, and now we're down in like
just
the
20
single
billion,
digit
just
billions.
one JFK renovation.
That is a lot of money for emerging managers. This is, I assume, this is defined as like
where are you going to put $20 billion as an emerging manager?
Wait, how much did they get in 2021?
Well, you put it in like 20,000 $50 million funds. That's the idea, at least, or that's what happened.
They're all. I've been so I don't see any of this working out for anyone, right? Like, you know, I know it's one of they'll always be the random winner.
Yeah, but isn't that the nature of the game? It's like startups follow a power law, so do funds.
I just think we have to hit a size gong because the $64 billion that they raised in 2021
still earning fees.
$12 billion of fees.
Yep.
And so let's just give it up.
Congratulations to the emerging managers.
But it's kind of, guys, I think you guys are cheering too much. I mean, if you do the math on
I'm joking, to be clear. I mean,
doing the math on being a small fund and being locked in for 10 years as like a solo GP with your emerging manager fund and your kind of shitty subscale, it's actually a pretty bad business.
What's
right?
wrong with being locked in?
No. Like what you're saying is so real, which is imagine you have a startup and it's like, okay, you have to commit to this startup for a decade, even if by 2.5 years in, like, it's
is that
not
real
working.
though?
It's
is that
not
real though?
working.
I feel like most emerging managers, they write the checks in the first 1.5 2 years. And then, they get investor updates. They pass them along to LPs, but like they could go and get a job at big tech and
sure, but
just
it's
become
still
PM.
even if it's a couple hours a week for 10 years.
Yeah, I guess that is a kind of hassle.
Look, it's also it keeps you from doing other. It's just messy and complicated. Sure. And the reality is, again, like if you're earning 2 and 20, and you're never going to see the 20, right? Like the 2 ends up actually, you know, on a $50 million fund after you pay for actual things. You're doing fine. Like no one's crying, but like it's not like some great business, right? Like I think the only reason to raise a $50 million emerging manager fund is like to have enough card flips to prove that you can size up a bit. Now I think the flip side is true too, which is I don't know how anyone makes money on a seed fund that's over $200 million. The math doesn't work, right? I think there's like a sweet spot of fund sizes that work. Too small, you know, the economics to make it work. Even if you have a banger, it's like not that important. And like too big, it's just like the law of big numbers. You're never going to produce an important fund, right? From a returns perspective. So look, what we do, seed investing, we're, I think, in the sweet spot, obviously, because why would I not think that? You know, we've made money. I'm very proud of that. I care about DPI, whatever. But here's the thing.
Sorry, we're laughing. We have to explain because you can't see it. But the Chiron right now says seed investor. Don't become a seed investor.
Stay the fuck out. But then the reality is that, like, you know, it's not, even from my perspective, it's not the best business. You do it because you love it, right?
Yeah.
Like, but if you just did the math, being an asset manager and earning 2% and just getting enough DPI to justify more 2% fees is for sure a more scalable business model, which is why most people do it.
Do you think part of why every emerging manager jumps into seed is just like they can't do growth? Because I feel like the skill set of being a growth investor is in some ways more repeatable. You know, you get people that come out of investment banks and they have all the skills to underwrite a company that's at $1 billion. There's less risk. But at the same time, when you think about someone who's, you know, starting a new fund, if they're going out and raising a growth fund on fund one, like that just feels harder to marshal.
Well, I think
that
it's
capital.
an LP question. It's like, who's going to give you LP level dollars, right? And like, by the way, if you're going a later stage fund, you're trying to like model to like a guaranteed whatever it is, 2.5x or whatever. Yeah. Why would you give it to the crazy kid, right? The crazy kid you give money for because they might be right.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. And so you want that seed bet. And then also I feel like a big part of the emerging manager dynamic is just like essentially scout funds. And there's a lot of like, you know, horse trading around like, we will do the deal from our fund of funds.
We started that way like, you know, 10 plus years ago. And like that when the market was much looser and it was a different market. Yeah. And it worked for us and we were able to scale up into being like a legit seed fund, you know, with legit dollars and legit institutional investors. I just think like most things, that all paths get super crowded, right? Mm-hmm. And so once the path is super crowded, it's just really hard to differentiate. It's really hard to make a good business out of it. And I do think like almost everyone's going to go away, right?
Don't
Not
become a seed investor. You heard it here first, folks.
Last, want your quick take. XAI's Portland data center fire. You think that's just a little accident, or you think Portland is doing Portland stuff?
That'd be really funny. It's God, have you guys ever read the science fiction book Parable of the Sower?
No.
Great book. I'm just finishing it now. But there's a whole subplot where there's all these people who are addicted to this drug that makes them like think that fire is the greatest thing on earth. So they're just like setting fire to everything. And like,
wow,
if that
this is
drug
funny.
were-
I just looked it up. It's a post-apocalyptic story set in 2025.
Wow.
I don't know if you caught that when you're reading.
yeah,
crazy.
and like they're basically about people like trying to walk north from LA to like north to
That's crazy.
Seattle
Yeah.
to escape craziness. But the yeah, so I don't know if you told me that that drug was invented in Portland, it wouldn't blow my mind.
Yeah.
I think we got to get a
Well, this is
poly market on it.
fantastic having you on. Thanks so much.
Always a
Always fun,
pleasure,
always
Sam.
Fun time.
Happy
We'll talk to you
Friday.
soon.
Happy Friday.
Really
Talk soon.
quickly.
Cheers.
Let me tell you about adquick.com. Out-of-home advertising made easy and measurable. Say goodbye to the headaches of out-of-home advertising. Only AdQuick combines technology, out-of-home expertise, and data to enable efficient, seamless ad buying across the globe. And we got Bobby
They are
coming
simply
into
the
the
best.
studio. Yep. I'm going to do some VO3 generations for all of our partners. Get those in the mix. Pull those up. I think it'll be fun. Get a little creative. We got Bobby coming into the studio. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Thank you for having me.
Where
My
are
goodness.
you? Are you in Miami right now?
I'm the last one standing in Miami.
Yes, let's give it up
Yeah,
for
I've seen some
Hold
photos.
Miami
I love
down.
Miami.
You actually stuck around. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I love Miami. It's beautiful. Every time I get to go visit, it's always struck me as like it's like a classier version of Las Vegas for tech, and it actually worked really well. Where in every industry, there's always like the CES conference that happens in Vegas, and it's a little bit below tech's prestige. And so if tech could assemble in Miami for events, that's great.
We tried. We gave it a real college try.
It was happening for a while. There was Hereticon and
I mean,
Miami Tech Week
Horicon's
and
the
stuff.
best conference I've ever been to.
Exactly. And it was cool that you get people that come from New York and they're not just going to go home on the after the conference. They're going to stay.
And they might.
Same thing with SF, same thing with LA. So it was actually a feature that not everyone was there. I feel like if you throw a conference in LA or SF, half the people are just going to go home.
It was special for a moment.
Anyway,
what's up? I gotta dox Bobby.
Oh yeah?
Because he pulled up to Hereticon in a Ferrari.
Let's
It was
go.
beautiful.
We love
You remember? I called it out. We were walking.
Yeah,
I was
yeah, I
like,
remember.
That's why he's actually just getting the buttons redone.
Oh, really? We were
Wait,
just
so
talking about this.
you have the button.
No way.
You have the
Sticky
button
buttons.
issue.
The
The
sticky
sticky buttons.
buttons.
No.
You got sticky buttons.
No, it's
That's
seriously,
ridiculous.
it's like the worst thing to be in this magnificent machine, and then it's like, I don't know, somebody
Yeah.
Sticky.
like ate a hamburger.
You have a date, and you okay, great. I'll pick up my Ferrari, and then she tries to adjust the seat,
And it's
and
sticky.
then she's like, "This is disgusting."
Oh
Yeah.
no, it's terrible.
Yeah, what were you doing in here? This is terrible.
Anyway, that's all fixed now.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
good.
We're glad to hear it.
Find us.
But yeah, give us the news, give us the update, give us a little introduction on yourself for those who might not know.
Yeah, so I'm so glad you guys had me on today. We had a very big announcement today. So this is something I've been thinking about for 15 years. And we announced our new email client called Sunflower today.
Cool.
This is basically thank you.
Thank you.
It is like basically the opposite of Inbox Zero.
Okay. What does that
Like,
mean?
I don't think you should have to have an email client that makes you work for it, right? In other words, like you load up Inbox Zero. I don't care how many keyboard shortcuts. I don't care what you give me. But if I'm having to triage every single email that comes in, keyboard shortcut this way, that way.
Yep.
From the Applebee's email, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need an email client that actually works for you.
Okay.
So on our marketing website, we don't mention the word AI one time.
Huh.
Wow.
But this thing is entirely this product would not be possible 5 years ago.
Okay.
So it's if you think you need to be a superhero to use your inbox, there's a product for you. We're building a product for actual humans.
Bold.
And it launches, the waitlist launches today, sunflower.me.
Yeah. So walk me through
the product is like,
I should my phone before this because literally we broke Slack today. Like apparently there's a limit to how many notifications it can send you. Like it just keeps dinging, dinging, dinging.
That's great.
Amazing.
So
and the product is like already like you guys are the product's like real. You guys are using it, right? This is not, you're not just launching a wait list. Like there's something under the hood.
We've been working on this for a year and a half. I use it every single day myself.
Yeah.
There's about a dozen people right now who have this.
Yep.
I'll give you guys early alpha access.
I would love that. Yeah. So talk to me about the actual workflow. I imagine I still have an email address. People can still email me, but I imagine an LLM is scanning every email that comes in. Am I seeing the emails? I mean, I've used Gmail's Gemini features. One time I randomly clicked it and it just typed a response and it was like kind of decent, but it's honestly just a lot of clutter in the UI right now. How are you thinking about?
You're kind of hot on the hunt here. I'll be honest. Yeah.
Well, I've been thinking about this. I've actually was thinking I should just get an LLM to summarize every email and just text it to me.
No, it's
and
not
then
that.
I can just text back if I want to respond and I just never look at my inbox ever again.
Apple tried. And have
it
you
didn't
tried
work?
current mail.app? It's
not good.
Total dog
Well, yeah,
shit.
it's just so funny that
I haven't
email,
tried it.
like the default state of email is like, here's stuff that's important, here's stuff that's not important, and then it's only ranked by when it hit your inbox.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is kind of silly because
status quo of email is a to-do list filled out by other people.
Yep, totally.
And that's it, right?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be beholden to that, right? Just because someone sends me an email doesn't, I mean, I get a lot of emails.
Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, you were kind of close. We're going to reveal our hand more and more publicly, but today was like the firing the starting gun. Like we're building in public now, so you're going to hear a lot more.
Boo, don't share your revenue. If it gets too high, people will copy you. We don't like building in public.
Based on the signups you had today, like we are cash flow profitable if everyone converts. But
how much of your time are you going to be spending here versus investing going forward?
Yeah.
That's a good question. You know, I personally funded this company for the alpha. Like, you know, I
be able to read people's emails, you mean? I'm kidding.
I can't. By the way, I can't read anyone's emails. We're going through an exhaustive security review process with Google right now.
Yeah.
So no, there's no reading. You can sign up. You can sign up.
Just Google. Just Sundar. Yeah. Just Sundar.
Sundar can still read.
Sundar can read your emails, but not Bobby.
Yeah. I bet he can actually. I bet that they're pretty locked down over there. But yeah, I mean, I remember the mailbox days and that launched. And really one of the things that I loved was that once he got off the incredibly long wait list, it basically tricked you into just archiving everything, which I thought was a great paradigm because you kind of declare email bankruptcy. You're not deleting these emails, so they're still there. And just that idea of, hey, you can archive things. I had never archived an email before. And I think a lot of people are in that boat where they have unread emails and they've read emails and they have a number that's like 10,000 next to their email app. What are you thinking about?
Hear a funny story about that?
Please.
So I was friends with Gentry when he made Mailbox.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And I worked at Facebook at the time.
Yeah.
And I went on this hike with my friend Bo. And literally it's like the Kala'au Trail in Hawaii. It's like a 2-day hike. Like you're trekking it. The entire time, he just talked about email the entire time. He talked about email and the fact that he was about to propose to his now wife. And I said, well, you're spending on this engagement ring. Anyways, so I took a photo of him. It's a beautiful photo, you know, right at the end of the trail. And if you remember that app, you know, when you got to inbox 0, right, you saw this beautiful image. And he hated that app the whole time. It just launched. He was ranting to me the entire time about how much he hated Mailbox. And I was like, it's actually a pretty good app. I'm friends with Gentry, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, so when I got back from the hike, I sent Gentry an email and I said, hey, would you guys put this image into the app? Like as the, you know, you're done, like inbox 0 state.
Yeah.
And so, and then I took a screenshot and I sent it to him. I said, you're in the app now. You're in the app that you kind of hated.
That you despise. That's amazing.
That's hilarious.
And he took it in good faith. It was great.
Yeah.
We're not about inbox 0. I think inbox 0 is a flawed concept. I think like, you know,
it's funny. I want you to do this for text right now. I have 3,873 unread texts, and I have that because I don't feel an obligation, like just because somebody had my number at some point. That's and fine. Like, I really try to respond to the stuff that's important and pressing, but I'm not going to like get home from work and be like, oh, I I got to respond to this person instead of hanging out with my kids, right? Like it's not.
No, of course
it's not.
And everyone feels entitled to your time.
Yeah.
Right. Like look, I'm an investor. I get the same emails probably we all do, right? Like about 20 a day, and they're all like drip auto campaign follow up. So it's like they send you a cold pitch email, and then you get the email, then you get the email, and then every single successive email like tries to guilt you into actually, replying. Start using more and more emotionally manipulative tactics. And it's like, no. Just because you know my email address does not entitle you to my time.
Yeah, I think that's right.
What do you think about
Eric,
Eric,
are you gonna tag? Are you gonna like identify like emails that are being dripped versus artisanal, organic, farm to table emails?
We're working on that. You know what we're also working on? There's a funny Steve Jobs quote. Isn't it funny, a ship that leaks from the top? But here you go.
That's great.
Like email trackers, like obviously Superhuman does this. Like I'm like, you've seen it. We both allow you to block inbound trackers, and we'll also let you send your own.
Nice.
So our thing is like, we are just so 100% focused on the individual user. So in other words, like if you want to block these trackers, perfect. We'll let you do that. And then you can send a tracker of your own.
I like having those trackers. I like letting the SDR know I read this 10 times and I'm still not responding.
Yes, that's
the feature. That's the feature you should build. Is a feature to open and close the email.
That's
10
a better
times.
feature. Yeah. It just keeps
really...
pinging the pixel. So the SDR is like, this person's, they're reading it for hours every day. But they haven't responded. What's going on?
You can just DDoS their tracking pixel.
What is your take on Eric Mikovsky, founder of Pebble? He started this company Beeper, eventually sold it to Automatic. And the whole idea was get into the iMessage world, create one unified inbox for all the different messages. I think he had a knockout, drag out fight with Apple because he was reverse engineering some of the APIs. Obviously, there's changes in big tech around antitrust, and it maybe now is the time to put pressure on that. Is there a world where we could see text and email kind of unify at some point? What's your view on kind of the long term here with big tech?
I mean, look, we have a long-term strategy. Again, I'm not going to come on your podcast and just spill all the beans.
Spill.
Activate golden retriever mode.
What was that?
It was activate.
What did I sign up for?
Golden retriever mode, where you're hot, friendly, and dumb.
Yeah. Golden retriever would just tell.
A golden retriever would just tell
entire
it all. Just say it, tell everyone.
No. You can come on again and spill it
I'm an
every
investor in
time.
one of your companies, and I passed the other one. So.
Okay. Anyway, future of text email.
So I'm mostly concerned about email. I think email, it's like what's old is new again, right? And so if I were a ship that's spilled from the top, here's what I have to say. Just like Apple built iMessage on top of SMS, I think there's a layer to be built on top of email. That's all I'm gonna tease.
Give us more. Anyway,
I think that's an interesting framework.
So I don't want to own all communication. Like I don't want to pull it on one place. I just want to clean up the mess that is email.
Okay.
Yeah, it is an interesting time, right? Because like AI is transforming everything, but yet I feel pretty confident that I will have an email address that I have to use in 15 years, and that sounds kind of crazy and silly, but at the same time,
it's not going away.
Fax machines. We talked with TJ yesterday about how he was spending 30% of their dev resources or something like that on fax machines, right? At PillPack.
When I worked at Facebook, we launched as a joke, just the TechCrunch network only. We launched a feature called Fax This Photo, and they covered it.
Wow.
No way.
Yeah. It was literally launched
just to troll them.
You can Google this story, like TechCrunch, Facebook, Fax This Photo. my engineering buddy Evan, we were launching all these things one day.
Fax your photos, not 2009. Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
That's amazing. Okay, so Facebook punked us. This isn't really going live for everyone.
That's
just for the
hilarious.
lucky few members of the TechCrunch Network.
They tried to like pretend like they were in on the joke, but no, they weren't.
That's very funny.
Got him.
And also, by the way, our
Have
comms
fun
team
with tech.
didn't know the joke either, and so this guy Blake Ross, he had to run upstairs like in a frantic rush, saying, "Guys, it's just a joke. It's just a joke."
Yeah.
Full stack, verticalized Mog. Love
It's
it.
amazing. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Bobby, this
what's the real thing? Anyways,
Bobby,
this is
this was super fun. Congrats on the launch. I'm excited to try the product and
Yeah,
come
send
back
us
on.
invites.
Come
We'll talk
back
to you
on
soon.
as you have more
right.
more news to share.
Amazing.
sunflower.me if I can get a plug-in.
For sure.
Let's do it.
Go
Let's
check
do
it out. We'll talk to
Go
you soon.
there now.
Guys.
Bye.
See you guys.
And if you're trying to visit Miami, you got to head over to wander.com. Find
Your happy place. Find your happy place.
Book a wander
Overnight
with
success.
inspiring views, hotel-grade amenities, dreamy beds, top-tier cleaning, and 24/7 concierge service. It's a vacation home, but better, folks. Get on Wander. And we got Auren Hoffman coming in the studio. He is here, so welcome to the stream, Auren. How you doing?
What's
I'm
going
doing
on?
great. Happy to be here. Very excited.
Great to finally have you on.
Yeah.
Probably should have done this a long time ago.
We had a brief phone call, I think a couple of years ago. Good to reconnect. What's the latest in your world?
Well, things are great. We've got a couple different things. We run like a weird holding company where we own a bunch of data companies, start different data companies.
Yep.
And then we're also at Flex Capital where we do a lot of seed stage investing. We did 20 deals last quarter.
Wow.
Our goal is to do about 100 per year.
That's amazing. Yeah, we
Yeah,
were kind of
the
struggling to
volume
find
is-
what your title should be, so we just put founder and investor because you wear a lot of hats.
Yeah, that's good. I think you got like Sam Lessin on today. I'm like an aspiring Sam Lessin. So.
Okay.
That's great. That's great. We
Yeah,
all
how are you on the
aspire.
slopes? Are you a good skier?
No, I'm not aspiring.
Well,
Sam Lessin
then-
on the slopes.
then
I'm
you're
not,
gonna
I'm
fall
not, I'm not
behind.
at that stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm only
Skiing.
aspiring on certain things. He's
Okay,
got
okay.
like 20 other dimensions.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
never catch up.
He
to
plays a
him
lot
on.
of tennis. He yaps a lot, but yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan-
He runs like 3-minute miles. Yeah. So,
3 minutes.
yeah.
Okay, I haven't talked
yeah.
about running.
On the data side
Yeah.
of your business, how was that an AI bet that you made a long time ago? Is it did you get lucky? Did you have incredible foresight? Or a bit
I
of
think I
both?
got on. I think I had the wrong bet, and so I think on the data business, I think we had believed that that these companies that sell data, like data as the ingredient, not just like analysis on top of the data, the ingredient. We thought that these companies would become like way more valuable because we thought the number of buyers of data would go up significantly. So if you think like, people, this is 10 years ago, people made, there are maybe 50 hedge funds that buy data today significantly. There's 11,000 hedge funds. The market's going to go from 50 to 500. I think the market went from 50 to like 58 over the last 10 years. So it really didn't go up. Retailers, there were maybe 20 retailers that bought a lot of data 10 years
How many
ago.
out of your if you this will be tough to remember specifics, but a lot of like seed stage companies will be like, oh, well, we're going to generate this data and like we're going to sell it eventually and it's going to be valuable. And it's like, oh, and then you kind of press them on it. And it's like, well, like hedge funds will buy it. And then it's like, okay, like, are you confident that those 58 hedge funds are
ready to
have
buy
you
this?
seen
hedge
any
funds
of your
they're a terrible market. It's a very small market. And they're really, most of them are even like the biggest hedge funds in the world, like Bridgewater, like the amount of data they buy is minuscule compared to the AUM. It's like, it's basically zero.
Yeah.
And
is that just because
they spend
they're-
more on like lunch than
Yeah,
data.
are they getting data from other sources, like more public sources? Are they scraping the internet, or are they just not using data-driven algorithms?
I
in the
mean,
sense
they
that we think?
have some data. They have data that
Sure.
you could put in an Excel file and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah,
And these
yeah.
are not like, these are smart people who
Yep.
are thinking about quote unquote data. But when you actually think of like a data business that's selling data, proprietary data,
Yep.
different types of data,
Yep.
and usually data that's like larger than you could like put in an Excel file. Most funds are not doing it. They're really, really, if you think of like real estate, so when we were starting, like the number of real estate investors that were using data was 0, and today it's Blackstone. It's like one. It's going from 0 to 1. Real estate is a pretty big asset class. Now they're using some data, so people are using still some data, but really, like we're going to talk about, like real alternative data. Really have a very sophisticated system to be able to ingest it and use it. It's very, very, very small.
Is that driven by the fact that maybe it's almost like, we've been thinking a lot about Google I/O and VO3 and Google's advantage in video generation, particularly because they own YouTube. And YouTube feels like an incredibly valuable data source.
Correct. I agree
And it's
with that,
almost, but the whole like data is the new oil. It's almost like, no, data is like a Rembrandt painting that there's only one of. And so Google doesn't want to sell that data. Like Google wants to keep that, right? And so yes, the data market would be bigger if all of these assets actually transacted and were fungible like oil, but they're not. They're super proprietary. And the
now,
companies
if you
that
have a brand, your data is more valuable.
Sure.
So if you've got something like Reddit, and everyone knows Reddit, they understand what people are talking about on Reddit, and they say, okay, we're having all these like interesting conversations. They sell that to Google for $60 million or something to train their LLMs. But if you had just like lots of people having interesting conversations, but you weren't called Reddit, my guess is instead of 60 million, you might get 10 million or 5 million or something. Like the brand is actually the 10x thing of why people want to buy it as well.
Yeah. What about just creating data for the purposes of artificial intelligence, not pulling data from other sources and trying to go find a round peg in a square hole with selling into a hedge fund? More like there is demand for robotics data right now, and we are going to go get a bunch of robots and generate a bunch of data.
I like that. Yeah. Okay. I mean, obviously like Scale AI is a great company, right? So they're doing that. They're actually going and building those types of data. We just we're investing in a company doing what you're saying with the robots.
Sure.
I think those types of things are good, but it's not always just for the AI. Like there's other types of buyers, because if you just are selling to like AI core model companies, you're talking maximum of a dozen buyers. That's not a great market. And
you went from 58 to 12.
Yeah, exactly. So do you just want to sell to OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and Facebook, like, and maybe a couple of others? Like, I don't know, that doesn't seem like a great business long term either.
Yeah, and if the first deal that you do is 100 million, what's the deal size on the next one?
Correct.
Are you going to create $100 million worth more data that you can sell to them? Is it even that valuable? Anyways, the wanted to have you on specifically to talk about a post that you had yesterday that went pretty viral. You said that any VC that makes you pay for their lawyers is not founder friendly. Founders barely affording rent should not be footing legal bills for VCs with private jets, and yet this is standard. You kind of extrapolate on this, but you're writing, 20 checks a quarter, maybe more. I'm sure that almost every single one of the companies you back ends up, having to pay some VC's lawyer bill, maybe in the next round. But what I would love for you to kind of break down the post and what inspired
so for those people who don't know, in a standard in a term sheet, somewhere in the term sheet, usually it says the company must pay up to X dollars of the venture capitalist legal fees. And that X can be negotiated, and it can be as low as 10 grand. And I've seen it as high as 300 grand for more complicated deals and stuff like that. And it's there. And it seems odd for a whole bunch of reasons. First, it's like there may be many different investors, but you're only paying the lead investors types of things. Second is that why are they actually having the company pay? It's like a little bit of a backdoor way to get your fees paid. And then there's like a more complicated argument as well, which is I don't think this is LP friendly. A lot of VCs will say this is LP friendly, because now I don't have to like.
Yeah, wouldn't the person paying presume you can pass it? I mean that the VC could pass the fees on to their LPs. So
correct. So they could pass it on to their LPs, and this is a backdoor way of doing that without actually telling the LPs that you passed it on to the LPs.
By taxing the company.
It's taxing the company, but it's even the LP isn't aware of it. Whereas if you actually normally if you use Tegas or something, and you pass that on to your LP sees the bill and they're like, why are you spending 50 grand on Tegas? Like, you should be spending less. And they can have a conversation. Or if you're having air travel, they can understand that as well.
Wait,
there's a whole bunch of
can
reasons
you give me
why
more
it's,
clarity
like, wrong.
around like the idea of passing fees on?
So like the
to
real fees. So VCs
LPs?
have like 2 and 20, right? But then there's certain fees that you can pass back that it gets it closer to even 3. You could get it up to like 2.5, 3, 4%, and that could even be like when a VC pays for lunch with a founder. You can pass that on, correct?
Interesting.
Yeah, and every VC has a different model.
Different structure.
So like when we go to
I always
lunch
thought it
with
would
the
be
founder,
like there's 2% fees, and then you got to do whatever you want with that. If you need a private jet, like that's coming out of the 2%. If you need to pay salaries, if you need to pay for Tegas, if you need to buy lunch, like it's all coming out of the 2%. But you're saying it can be passed on.
The true loaded fees can be much higher than 2%.
Interesting.
Yeah, like at Flex Capital, we try to almost do everything in the 2%. So if we go to lunch we take it out of our own management fee, which means we get less compensation because that,
of course,
you most VCs want to protect that 2%. That goes directly to them, right? So we get less compensation, but we think it's more LP friendly. And then there might be certain things like your fund audit might be done to the. So you have to decide, okay, what's actually done to the fund versus what's done to the management company. So we are more to the management company. Every VC will do it different on how they do it, but some can be like, but at least. Regardless, at least generally when I'm passing fees, at least the LPs do see it. Yeah. And then they can have a conversation like, hey, why are you spending all this money with lunches to me? Why am I paying for your lunch to go to Spago or something? So whereas with the legal fees, they don't know.
What about
the LP has no way of accounting that money.
What about like general pressure to bring down the cost of startup legal fees at the Series A level? Justin Kahn was working on a project with Atrium to try and automate the Series A
before you can even get there. There's
Harvey's
like I think Ahmad had a good response to your post from Mercury saying that like he just basically tells the lawyers we're going to cap it at this and you agree up front, and then the lawyers are super motivated, but that's still.
Ahmad's amazing, and that's definitely step one. Like you got to negotiate that cap. Maybe you can't negotiate all the way down to 0, which is what I would like to see happen more. But you've got to negotiate it. My guess is also it also depends on how, the higher the cap, the longer it will be to close your round. So as most people know, you get a term sheet.
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
No, the higher, if it's a high cap, the lawyers are just going to be like, this is going to take 6 weeks.
Because it should be. I mean, surge pricing. I'll pay you $300K to close it this weekend, or $50K, and you can take a month.
That's what I can basically tell you. Like, here's how you close your round. It's going to be it's 15 days. Plus 1 day for every $2,000 that's in that cap.
Oh my God.
I can guarantee you that will be exactly what it is for every single round that is in there.
So backwards.
Shouldn't one defense of startups eating the cost is that, if you have an emerging manager with a $20 million fund and they're barely, paying themselves $1 in salary, and if they want to lead a round that ends up getting priced, it could get expensive. But your argument is still like, okay, well, LPs are still eating that cost.
Yeah, I mean, look, it can be negotiated, and maybe in some cases it could make sense that's in there. But why are you doing something so complicated? I mean, YC created the safe. The safe doesn't have any legal costs, right? Really, you can actually use a pretty boilerplate thing. Most of these terms you should be negotiating in the term sheet anyway. So going from term sheet to close, which is where all the legal costs come in. From term sheet to close, like, why is that expensive anyway? It's because probably you're not managing the lawyers. The lawyers have no incentive to keep the costs low because they know what the cap is. If the cap says 50K, I guarantee you're getting a bill for no less than 49K. Like in the history of the world, I doubt it has almost ever come in less than 49K for a cap of 50K. Like, how do they automatically always hit the cap?
It's perfect.
They're filling the space.
They're built different. The other thing as an LP, what you don't want to pay the fees and not get the ownership is the other thing, right? It's like if you're just getting past the costs and you're like eating that, but you're not getting like the incremental kind of dollars deployed into the company,
Yeah.
or like the incremental ownership, does it, I mean, I guess like where I'd want to go with this is, what do you have conviction or any excitement around tools that can be like AI tools specifically that can be introduced into the process, like basically that term sheet to close period, to just make that more efficient, where we could say, okay.
In most cases, but first of all, like we just did we were just involved in a company that did term sheet to close in 6 days. Like, it's not that hard, especially in the early stages of a company. Like, how much diligence do you need to do? You need to, and look, the company did a good job. They got all their stuff in a data room. They did all the things that they were supposed to do. Then as the venture capitalist, okay, well, you've got to somehow read through it. Maybe you can use AI to read through some of it. You got to go check it. You have to make sure that the bank account is legit and all these other types of things, that isn't fraudulent. But it shouldn't take that much time. The main reason it takes a really long time is just the back and forth. You put a red line in, I send it to you, then you don't have time to look at it that day. It takes you 3 days, then you send it to me. It's like, if we actually all got in a room, that's what they did. So they got all in a room on day 6.
That's
and
cool.
They basically put like a 4-hour block. And they said, we're going to just go through every single issue right here. And they were able to iterate on it just live. And then you would put it on mute. You would talk to your lawyer to go back. It just got done. It's so much easier. And obviously, even M&A agreements, like, you should be able to get those done so much faster. And actually, those often do get done faster.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you can do an entire M&A from term sheet to close faster than you can do a VC financing. Many M&As go faster than VC, because everyone's just motivated
Incentives,
to really work on it and put in the time to make it happen.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by.
Come back on again soon.
We'll have
Sorry,
to
we
talk to
only
you.
I love
had
it.
15
Invite
minutes.
me anytime.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, we'll make it happen.
Yeah.
Great hanging.
Talk to you soon.
Cheers.
Bye. We have some breaking news. The first nuclear executive order has dropped. I'm going to read here from one call out that people are celebrating. To maximize the speed and scale of new nuclear capacity, the Department of Energy shall prioritize work with the nuclear energy industry to facilitate 5 gigawatts of power uprates to existing nuclear reactors and 10 new large reactors with complete designs under construction by 2030. This is exactly what we were asking for with Let's Copy Paste Diablo Canyon. We have Doug Bernauer from Radiant Nuclear in the studio. We're going to bring him in and get his breakdown on it, because he's obviously been working in this industry for years and should be able to give us an update on what's happening. Thank you so much for joining the show, Doug. Been too long since I saw you. I think I saw you in DC last, but should be an exciting day. But can you give us your read and analysis on what's happening?
Yeah, it's unbelievably exciting. There's a whole lot of text. I had these fact sheets that came out, I think went to the media on all these executive orders. It's unbelievably exciting, but it's all coming in like right now. I think the actual official documents just got posted only minutes ago, so I haven't read.
So you're an expert. You're an expert, is what you're saying.
No, well, we really put you on the spot. But I mean, can you talk to me about a little bit of the history? First introduce yourself, what the company does, and then maybe we can build up to some of the maybe problems or areas for improvement that the industry has been asking for, and then we'll kind of dig into what's happening today.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm the CEO of Radiant, nuclear portable microreactor company. We're focused on mass production of 1 megawatt reactors. We'd like to see 50 of those per year, and they'd come off the factory line and then go out to the customer wherever they are, run for 5 years, and then come back and be refueled. Yep. So it's a very unique sort of model. And my background before that, I worked at SpaceX for 12 years. Worked on the first rocket with legs, amongst other really cool stuff for Elon, but eventually focused on nuclear. And it's a really unique model that we've been trying to work. You know, and a normal reactor is about 1,000 megawatts. The thing we're working on is 1 megawatt. It's got to be road transportable. We're trying to make the nuclear power that people want, because the problem that we see with why we don't have all this nuclear technology today is really that there's not as many customers. But that is all completely turned around, I don't know, in the past maybe just 2 years, right? With all these announcements of the big data center players coming in to buy nuclear, to restart old plants, to build new ones. And we've actually been fighting for a lot of regulatory reforms that we see as probably being necessary for our particular model. where you've got really a factory that makes reactors, where you have assembly and you don't have any construction. And if you read the rules that are 50 years old, you hear about construction a whole lot.
Yeah.
And so it's not really focused on or talking about the right sort of thing.
So when we last spoke, you were working on the helium loop, going to test at a dome in Idaho. How are things going? What have been the most recent updates for Radiant?
Yeah, there's some unbelievable updates. Just a month ago, we were announced as one of just 5 companies who will get access to fuel from the Department of Energy. Something we've been working on for a very long time. It's unbelievably exciting. When I started the company back in 2020, we said we would do a critical test with a reactor at full scale in 2026. We are on target to do that. And really, because of that announcement and the support that we're getting from federal government. Another change just recently, we've been working through a process they have at the national labs. We're working with Idaho National Laboratory. And the fun context setter here, they've tested actually 52 reactors in their history.
Wow.
Although the last of which was in 1977. So it's been a while, and we have a kind of old process, and they are aware of it.
Was there anybody that was a part of that last test that's still there, or is it all just kind of lore at this point?
It is sort of lore. It is sort of lore for the new reactors, but there definitely are staff who are there who, there are the Advanced Test Reactor, the ATR reactors where they test all the Navy fuel. That's been operational for a very long time. You can go tour it today, it's still operating. So there are definitely staff there who are very familiar with reactor operations and refueling. They also have a transient pulse test reactor, which is pretty amazing. It actually has an original core from the 1950s still running and operating. I forget what the numbers are, but it pulses into the several gigawatts range. So that there's some expertise there, but certainly there are not people there from the early 1970s anymore.
Okay, I have the Wall Street Journal article pulled up. I want to read some of the key points and just get your reaction. So the high level is that Trump signed executive orders to boost nuclear power industry, citing the need to overhaul regulations and fast-track licenses. A lot of this is driven by tech companies like Amazon and Google, who are driving demand for nuclear power to support AI systems and data centers. And there's an interesting wrinkle there where a lot of the hyperscalers made very aggressive ESG targets and climate pledges before they knew that they were going to need 50 gigawatts of capacity. And so now they're really, really pushing for clean energy. The executive order aims to shorten approval times for new reactors, but critics worry about the impact of safety. Now, I want to talk to you about that balance between speed and time to market and safety. I wouldn't trust myself to design a nuclear reactor and get it approved in a day, but it feels like we haven't had a new reactor design approved in way too long. And so we're probably on the too slow side of the curve, but where should we be? What is a reasonable amount of time to actually approve a new reactor design in your opinion?
Yeah, probably on the shortest scale, it's got to be something like 6 months. Like if I use that context I said earlier, 52 reactors up till just 1977, nuclear technology only existing since the mid 50s. That means they were doing more than 2 per year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
So let's get back to that standard, right? Walk us through what just as a citizen, not as an entrepreneur or founder or executive, as a citizen, what type of tests do you actually think are the most valuable? Is this, I need a physicist to run all the numbers in a spreadsheet and run simulations? Do we need to just fire this up in a place where even if it explodes, it's we've seen that it didn't explode, and so we've done real world testing? Is it a balance of those? What kind of testing do you think is best that can be executed at speed?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. The best is immediate testing and incremental testing.
Yeah,
and there's no reason that you necessarily need to go slower. You can regulate along with the speed with which you can do the design, the analysis, the procurement, the assembly of a reactor. If a company is willing to spend capital to take that financial risk, the goal is don't put fuel in unless you get an approval.
Yeah.
But there should be really zero barriers up until that point because there's no safety risk.
Yeah.
But then when you get to that point of like, okay, now there is risk. We are going to load fuel in. You do want someone to go and check your numbers, and you want them to dig deeply and thoroughly into what your reactor is and does and what the plan is. But the fact of the matter is when you load fuel, it's not anywhere near critical. You can make you can look at subcritical multiplication factor that will trigger little sensors that are effectively, it's not, something that sounds like a Geiger counter. We use fancier things today. We use fission chambers. We use boron line proportional counters. You can do the analysis to show that you will get many, many counts per second, even with a very small amount of fuel loaded. Like let's say you construct 1/6 of your core, you can already validate models. And yet you are ridiculously far away from being able to go critical.
Interesting.
They haven't even assembled the whole system, right?
Yeah. So the FDA has similar approval timelines for new pharmaceutical drugs, but the reason that it takes a long time to approve a new pharmaceutical drug in America, it makes more sense to me. If I'm going to take a drug, I kind of know, hey, is it have an effect on me in 30 years? So maybe I want to see a mouse model, a monkey model, or a dog model, or even human testing over a long period of time. And sure, there's some acceleration there. We don't need to wait a full lifetime to approve a new drug, but there is an element of time. Is there anything that's comparable to that in nuclear, where the behavior of a system over a 2-year time period is different than a behavior of a system over a 2-hour period?
Yeah, I think the most similar thing would be the effect of neutron fluence side of the core. So if you hit some parts of your system with neutrons, they will generally swell up. Metallic parts swell up, and their full conductivity will usually go down, their density goes down, but the physical shape of them changes.
Sure. So you might have to test that in some special way to know what a 10-year lifespan looks like, right?
Yeah, but a lot of these materials have been tested, and there are these giant data handbooks that it's very predictable. So there's like the Nuclear Systems and Materials Handbook, which is like put together in the 1970s, actually just released finally through this lengthy process, but we had a ton of help. We went and recovered this great national asset, and it's now available for all reactor developers.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so they're pretty predictable effects. So there's not, I would say there's really, other than the effects of neutron fluence, there's nothing really that challenging. We plan to test right next year in the dome. That is a hermetic structure, totally sealed with its own radionuclide detection in it. And so you can partially fuel a core, and you can do it in a hermetically sealed chamber at a facility where it's surrounded by scientists, right? And experimental hot cells and other test facilities that would allow you to see what any problem is, solve any problem. But we are using all well-known standard materials.
Got it.
Makes sense. Is it funny to you that the news of Taiwan decommissioning their reactors hitting the same week that we're saying that we need more? Or is there something about Taiwan's as an island? I'd read something about there being a bunch of enough earthquake activity in the area that like there was some potential reasoning around that, but then we also had someone else on who said we have solutions for that at this point. It's not a risk that should require shutting it down entirely.
I don't know that these things are linked, actually. I think I'm behind on the Taiwan reactor news. Those might have just been around for a long time, might be coincidental.
Yeah.
It's not.
No, I'm not implying that they're linked. I was saying more that it is kind of ironic in the sense that like, we have one country saying we're shutting these things down, meanwhile, and they're far less energy independent.
And Germany kind of doing the same thing. It feels like some countries are following the American nuclear book from 2 decades ago. And maybe they should be adopting the playbook from today, and they need.
Well, just announced it today, and
hopefully.
Yeah, how monumental is this for you? Were you like betting the company in some way on eventually getting an administration that would like introduce an EO and like try to bring about policy around this?
I think in a lot of ways. Absolutely. If you're working on something innovative, there's going to be regulatory gray areas. You have to know about those gray areas and manage the direction they're going in to make sure that the vision that you have is the way that the administration or the regulatory agencies go, so that you're not decoupled from reality, but you do have impact on that. And you actually, you can't write down rules ahead of time for something that's not invented yet. Right. So, but you do always take some risk in doing that. But I think it's actually pretty beautiful. Yeah. You lay out a vision, go like, imagine you have like a bunch of reactors. They're all built identical to one another. So they're super reliable. You deploy a whole fleet of them. They all stream data back continuously. We're in the modern world. We're in the information age. why can't all that data just stream to the regulator? Why can't it be completely modernized? And we've been talking about that for a while, and I think that has led to now that, along with other things that people have said, have led to these sort of events where an administration goes, okay, we're going to actually go and support this.
Yeah.
Right.
Last question from my side. Can you talk a little bit about how you see the market playing out? Obviously, there's some news about where we might be getting really big nuclear reactors at the 1 gigawatt scale. You're building at the 1 megawatt scale. Is there going to be a 10 megawatt company, a 100 megawatt company? Is it a smooth
they're
curve?
all the same company, and you just
or maybe they're bundled or broken down or scaled up or scaled down. Like how will this play out, and who will do what, I guess?
Yeah. Well, as a consumer, what you want is for there to be 2 or more companies at each scale.
Yeah.
Right. And yes, there will be something at the portable microreactor scale, maybe two companies there at least, and maybe that's 1 megawatt and smaller. If you are willing to put a reactor in the ground somewhere and pull the fuel out on that site and put it in a system, you can make a bigger reactor. I call it a microreactor, 10 megawatt scale. So you want 2 companies there. You want 2 at the 100 megawatt. You want 2 or more at the gigawatt also, because they're different areas need these amounts of power. So if you think about, and we never think about these places, there are remote places in the world. Like in Alaska, you have over 150 disconnected microreactor locations, or microgrid, locations that could use reactors. Canada has over 200 of these sort of areas, and these are coastal. Look at those land areas on the map. They're massive. They have a need for heat and for power. They're extremely isolated. There isn't an actual grid, so you need a small system, right, on those types of regions. And if you put in a 1 gigawatt reactor somewhere, you had better have a lot of big power lines to move that power to enough customers to use that, right? So on the 2 extreme ends of the scale, there's pretty obvious use cases. And then in the middle, it's if you don't want to wait years to upgrade the grid, or it would be very expensive, like $1 million a mile or more up rates to power lines, then you might go, well, hey, we have this region where we're going to use 10 megawatts. We could put a 10 megawatt reactor. That's economical for us, right? Without overcomplicating it or having to add power lines extending across states.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for popping on. We'd love to have you back again and to go even deeper.
Congratulations on the overnight success. I know the job's not finished, but I like this for you guys.
Yeah, this is great. It's great news.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, one of the coolest things, they asked to reform the process that we're using at national laboratories to test reactors. That's going to be extremely critical to us staying on our schedule. We will achieve going critical next year because of a lot of things happening today.
That's great news. Thank you.
You're the
Thanks
man.
for joining, Doug. We'll talk to you soon.
Amazing milestone. All right. Cheers.
Good luck. Talk to you soon. I wanted to pull up, we're going to stay on nuclear for a little bit. We're going long. We wanted to pull up Scott Nolan, my former colleague at Founders Fund and the CEO of General Matter, a nuclear fuel refinement company, was in the White House.
CEO of General Matter. We're an American enrichment company trying to bring back the U.S.'s lead in producing nuclear fuel. So just like car engines need fuel, nuclear reactors need fuel. Right now, the U.S. is completely dependent on other countries to make the key step of enrichment in this field. And these executive orders are going to pave the way for the U.S. to regain its lead. So we really appreciate it.
Will you be doing the AI plants? Because we have a lot of them going up now, or soon going up, and they need tremendous electricity. Are you going to be involved in many of those plants?
Yes.
Will
Scott Nolan, CEO of General
There we go.
Matter. We're an
Let's hear for
American
Scott
enrichment
Nolan.
company trying
In
to bring back
the White
US
House. Color temperature a little bit off on that video, but otherwise fantastic. Anyway,
Yeah, well,
congrats
we have
to Scott. I mean, what
Saya
great-
from Valar in
Yeah.
the waiting room.
We'll bring him in.
Let's bring him in. I think
Welcome
he's
to the
also
stream.
he's been in the Capitol today.
Yeah, I think he was over there today in DC. Let's bring him in. And he is building at the 10 megawatt scale. And so everyone's playing in the different
Everybody's
market.
Gotta play. There he is.
Thanks so much for calling in. Can you give us the breakdown? How you doing?
Doing really well. Thank you so much for having me on, guys. I'm actually just coming back from going live on a little upstart called Bloomberg TV.
Very nice.
It'll take a while for them to catch up to your stature.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, it's kind of like a
thank you so much for
feeder.
having me
It's like
on.
kind of like a feeder system
Yeah,
for
feeder
TBPN.
system. Can you go
That's
horizontal
right.
with your phone?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's
Thank
right.
you,
A little,
that's
little
right.
feeder network for the technology others. So yeah,
Fantastic.
great to be in the Temple Technology today.
Yeah, it's good to have
Great
you.
hanging.
Break it down for us. We read kind of the highlights, but what were the key pieces of the EO in your opinion?
Yeah, listen, this is a total rewrite of the regulatory system in the United States for nuclear energy. You know, nuclear grew up in the US with a total dominance of nuclear power in terms of US strategy, right? So we had the only nuclear reactors in the world for a while. We piloted essentially every nuclear reactor architecture that there is, and we wanted to protect that edge and protect that advantage. And so what we did is we built these high regulatory walls around the nuclear environment, hoping that nuclear wouldn't spread around the world. We wanted to protect this advantage. This is a natural instinct. I think it was a good instinct at the time. But the problem is that over time, our competitors or geopolitical rivals built nuclear anyway. And where we are now is that these walls that we built to protect our advantage in the United States actually eroded our advantage. And we ended up building a large wall around an empire of dirt. And so today, this is about bringing those barriers back down, allowing American entrepreneurs to build nuclear energy again. There's a couple really important things announced here. One is revitalizing the Department of Energy. So the Department of Energy was created to be a nuclear test agency. Not a lot of people realize this, but the DOE, we kind of imagine it to be this, broad-based energy agency, and it is, but it was actually created to be a nuclear reactor test agency. And since it was created, it's only done that one time. And so this is about revitalizing that. And actually, President Trump has given a strong commission to the nuclear industry. He wants 3 test reactors critical on U.S. soil by July 4th, 2026, America's 250th birthday. And just a few minutes ago, we announced with the governor of Utah for the first time that we're partnering with the governor to, full charge, full steam at hitting that goal at turning on a reactor by July 4th, 2026 at the San Rafael Energy Test Center in Utah. So that's what we announced today.
Congratulations.
Wow.
That's amazing news. Good luck.
Thank you.
Overnight success.
So yeah, I mean, it seems like with any nuclear project, regulatory is always the main risk, the main rate limiting factor. With regulatory out of the picture, is this more of an engineering challenge now? Is it a manufacturing challenge? Like, how do you weight the different challenges ahead for you to hit that deadline?
That's absolutely right. Listen, nuclear is a technology that we've been exploring for 70 years now. We've done an enormous amount of physics around this. We've done an enormous amount of research. The thing that has stood in the way is one company deciding to be the SpaceX of nuclear, right? Deciding to own nuclear energy, full verticalization from the design of reactors to construction to manufacturing to deployment to operation. That's what Valar Atomics is attempting to do. There hasn't been a Ford of nuclear energy yet. There hasn't been a Tesla of nuclear energy yet. There hasn't been a SpaceX. Valar Atomics is intending to be that company, and regulation has absolutely been the long pole in that tent. So this executive order is incredibly important. I think this is really going to set the tone for the next 100 years of energy dominance. If we're going to win on AI, on manufacturing, on supply chain, we're going to do it with a ton of cheap energy.
Talk about the first product, 10 megawatts. Is that correct?
25 megawatt electric is our commercial model. So
why'd you settle
Valar
there?
Atomics is, we've gone out and we've really hit an ambitious milestone. I founded this company about 17 months ago. We were intending to go out and build our first prototype reactor in 18 months. We finished it in 16 months. This is a test reactor sitting in our Los Angeles facility today. We've operated above temperature, above pressure, not with uranium, not splitting atoms yet, but with electrical simulation. And really what we've proved is that it's possible to build a nuclear reactor in under 18 months. Now that we've done that, we go and actually build it again in Utah and another one in the Philippines, and we actually load them with uranium for the first time, turn them on. After that, we go and build our commercial model, which is this 25 megawatt unit, and build thousands of them around the world.
Very cool. Jordy, anything else?
Sounds pretty simple.
Just draw the rest of the owl.
Boys.
Yeah,
just draw the rest of the owl.
Yeah,
we make thousands of nuclear reactors. We make trillions of dollars. I'm very excited. It's a good day in energy.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. We were just talking with Doug from Radiant, and in many ways, like if you started a nuclear company at any point in history,
it'd be rough.
You were betting on activity like we're seeing today and action, and so super validating for you guys that had to get looked at like you were crazy in a bunch of pitch meetings early. because it feels like one of those things where like culturally, I think in 2020, people started kind of waking up to like, hey, wait, nuclear is pretty cool and probably good, and we probably want more reactors, not less.
Yeah.
And then companies that, have started picking up.
How important is it for you to vertically integrate into the actual productive use of the energy? It feels like there's so much demand for energy. You could just become a mass manufacturing for nuclear reactors, and that would be enough of a business. When we talked last time, about a year ago, you were talking about generating fuel out of the air with this energy, but it feels like you might just want to let the free market decide what the best and highest use of the energy is. Is there still a plan to do something with the energy that you own and control and just and decide, or is it just like, let's just make as many nuclear reactors as possible right now?
Yeah, one of the core realizations of Valar is that there are some products that the market actually doesn't know how to buy, right?
Mhm.
So I think this is one of the most important realizations that Elon had with SpaceX, which is that if you're going to make a rocket company that makes really good rockets, you also need to fly them, right?
Mhm.
You can't just build the rocket, you have to fly them too. And the reason is that the customer actually doesn't know how to fly the rocket, right? A small sat company, a telecom company doesn't know how to fly a Falcon 9. And so it turns out the best way to use a Falcon 9 at SpaceX is to actually own the entire operational cadence. And then you sell products like kilograms to orbit and internet connectivity, right? So that's the right way, to think about these really, really complex technologies. Nuclear reactors are like this as well. So yeah, when we think about building lots of reactors, we think about building them on these very large energy campuses, and then we sell energy, right? We sell energy, not nuclear reactors. That might mean energy to AI data centers. Absolutely means hydrogen, and it means eventually synthetic fuels, right? If we can make a synthetic fuel cheaper than diesel, cheaper than gasoline, we can actually become, the energy company of the world, right? Because the majority of the energy today is in a hydrocarbon format. So that's kind of the core realization that we had when starting Valar.
Very cool. Well, good luck. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, huge day.
Huge day. Congratulations.
Huge day. Big day. Thanks, guys.
To you and the whole industry. Cheers.
What a great show. Whole world tour. 4 hours now.
I guess we just hit 4 hours.
Anything else we need to cover before we get out of here?
I think breaking news, John.
What's that?
It's the weekend.
It's the weekend.
And as always, our board has been very explicit about this. Leave us a
5 stars on
reviews,
Apple Podcasts
or
and
less
Spotify.
if you don't feel like it.
Yeah,
but
just
if you've
review
listened
us.
this far, you're 4 hours in. I'm guessing we earned that 5 stars. So
just do it.
Everybody have a great Memorial Day weekend. We actually won't have a Monday show because we're moving into the new studio.
Yep.
But we'll be back in full force
Tuesday
in the new studio in the Temple on Tuesday.
We're excited.
Cheers.
Have a great weekend.
Have a good one.
Bye.